He will speak on the topic that already been shared to you. Sustainable daily life commodities from waste biomass, chemical and biochemical engineering perspectives. So let us welcome sir again. So it's now over to you. Gyan sir, Kallan sir. Hello.
Hello.
Kalyan Gyan sir, you can start.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Kalyan sir, you can start. Hello.
আমি আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে দেখছি। Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Hello, you are audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yes, yes.
I cannot hear anybody.
Hello.
You are audible, sir. You are audible.
Okay, just hold on. I think I need some other. Hello. Am I?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Hello.
Hello, you are audible, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
तो सर हमें चैट बॉक्स का देना है लेक्चर से ऑडिबल ना चैट बॉक्स
Hello? Hello? I think now I am audible, no? Okay.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello, I am audible, no? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. So my voice is clear?
Yes, sir, certainly it is clear. Yes, sir,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So then very good morning to everybody. Actually, I'm sorry for this, the technical problem arise in my computer. Just what Modoji thought, what you talk, I could not able to hear it, but it's okay. So now I think things are well said. First of all, I like to thank to the organizers, especially that Madhujit and Saknik, for providing me that opportunity to deliver that talk on this prestigious webinar, Biomass and Bioenergy, that is being organized by Department of Mechanical Engineering in IT Agartala. And if you see, I kept the presentation title that is very generic and broad. Okay, it will biomass. Most probably, biomass can be used as a bioenergy. Also, it can be used for our daily life commodities. So I kept this presentation title as Sustainable Daily Life Commodities from Waste Biomass, Chemical and Biochemical Engineering Perspective. So as I am a chemical engineer, so I know a little bit about how we can contribute to this sector. Definitely mechanical and chemical, but research problem, it has to do in collaborative way, but and accordingly it has to go. So if we look into the important sectors in our society, then definitely energy sector is one large sector. Beside energy sector, if you see that agriculture sector and healthcare sectors are equally important. And waste biomass is the future feedstock for energy sector, definitely. And research is going on, especially for transportation fuel. Also, waste biomass is the future raw material in agriculture sector as well as in healthcare sector. For example, in agriculture sector, two things are very important. One is fertilizer, another is pesticide. Now, if you take this fertilizer, urea is a nitrogen source fertilizer. We know this one. And this urea is getting produced nowadays from petroleum, hydrocarbon petroleum. Whatever is crude petroleum is coming, and from there this is the raw material. So instead of petroleum, we can use that waste biomass, because waste biomass is a carbon source also, that can be used to produce the UTM. So that will play, waste biomass can play one important role in agriculture sector. Besides this, let's say we are using a lot of pesticides in agriculture sector. That also, these chemicals also can be produced from the waste biomass. Similarly, for chemical use in healthcare industry, different drugs are coming and different chemicals are used in healthcare into that also can be produced from waste biomass. Also, many daily life commodities, let's say whatever polymeric material we are using, okay, these are being produced from petroleum. So all this polymeric material or daily life commodities can be produced from this biomass. And beside this polymer, just I have given one example. If you take whatever thousands of chemicals are being used in our daily life, let's take we are using detergent, different type of cosmetic products, or different type of cleaning products. Okay, so whatever these are the chemical waste products what we are using in our daily life that can be produced from waste biomass. So that's why I kept that daily life commodity, it includes the energy also, but other commodities are important, other products are also important, which can be produced from waste biomass. That is my title. And in this regard, we are aware that as we are from this institute from Northeast, so we need to focus on the Northeast, and we are aware that around 70% of Northeast is forest area. And plenty of forest waste is available in Northeast part of India. And whatever this forest waste is available, this can be used to produce the daily life communities. So therefore, that Northeast part of India can contribute significantly to produce the daily life commodities from waste biomass, because we have a lot of waste biomass available in Northeast part. So and I organize my talk in such a, most probably most of the students are from mechanical engineering. So I'll give some overview how that daily life commodities are getting produced from petroleum and what is its threats. And if you definitely know that whatever the commodities are getting produced from the petroleum, and the threat is one is the raw material, because you know that in few decades, after 20-30 years, petroleum crude will not be available. So definitely we need that alternative source. That's the main interest. And then we'll discuss what are the daily type commodities that can be produced from the waste biomass. Then among them, it's one is the focus, the biofuel from the waste biomass. What are the biofuels we can produce? And in this respect, I will discuss two case studies. One is biomethanol production. So it is well known that ethanol is one. Ethanol can be produced from biomass, and it is commercialized already. But it has, that it has that limitations, because you can blend up to 30% ethanol with this petroleum for the existing car engine. But ethanol is 2 carbon and butanol is 4 carbon. Okay, so for it carbon number is CCC, carbon number is 8 to 12. Then what is the existing engine that will compatible. So if I can increase the carbon number, what are the products, then it will the beneficial. So butanol is 4 carbon alcohol, which is a better fuel than the ethanol. And that thing we'll see what that is case study, and then we'll take another case study. That third generation biofuel is microalgae base. So then we'll see that how this biofuels and other biomolecules from the microbial can make this that production sustainable. So let's start with this. The first objective: supply chain of the daily life commodities from the petroleum. Now, if you see that energy consumption in India, so one is the biggest is coal, okay, and second last is 25% is petroleum base, and coal generally we use for produce electricity mainly, and petroleum is used mainly for the transportation fuel and other value-added chemicals. And we use also 20% biomass and waste, but generally it is used in interior area for cooking purpose, but not much process has been done. Then natural gas is also 60%, and then other part also renewable sources, hydroelectric, nuclear, these are also contributing, but these sectors are growing. But if you see, one of the biggest coal is the thing, then second is petroleum. Now if you see that petroleum used in total petroleum, that around 69% is used in transportation. For the liquid transportation fuel is used, but another 23% it is used in industry. And in industry, whatever they use, they produce daily or too many marketable products. So, but that this sector is very important sector for our daily life. So definitely the transportation fuel is important. Okay, but at the same time it is also important. Now if you see that the daily life product, let's take, if I take the electronic products, furniture, packaging pipe, all are the polymer based product are coming from in our market. Then if you see the different type of textile, which is fiber based product, and if you see another the product that is detergent, different fertilizer, paint, and pharmaceutical industry, these are getting produced from the chemicals. So these are the market daily life commodities in our society which is required, and these are getting produced either from polymers or fiber or chemicals, and these intermediate products are getting produced from that olefins and aromatics. These are called the building blocks or platform chemicals. And these olefins and aromatics are getting produced from either from the refinery, petroleum refinery, or it is getting produced from the petrochemical industry. Generally, aromatics are produced from the refinery and olefins are getting produced from our petrochemical industry. And petroleum refinery, we know it is processing the crudes. So if you see that petroleum industry, crude, that they made the separation in distillate. So now if you see C1 to C4, that is carbon number. So C1 to C4 carbon, then it is used as a LPG. Then C5 to C8, this is light naphtha. Okay, that is processed. Then gasoline is used, petrol. Then C8 to C12, that's the hydrocarbon fuel. It is in high demand, generally petrol rate. C8 carbon number C8 to C12, and from there we are producing gasoline, jet fuels, and this also is a feedstock for the petrochemical industry. That's why if we see that any petrochemical industry, it is located beside one refinery. If you see the Haldia petrochemical, it is Haldia petrochemical is beside that Haldia refinery, so that whatever the feedstock required for the petrochemical industry, they directly will get from this refinery. So this, and from there we are getting lot of daily life products. Then C12 to C13, that is kerosene, jet fuel, diesel, all, and then thereafter different kind of lube oils, all these things are cutting. And in petroleum refinery, what are the aromatics present? There is a process. From there, we are getting the aromatics, and this naphtha we are putting to the petrochemical industry, and petrochemical industry are producing the olefins. So if you see, and these are the platform chemicals. If you see, these olefins are getting produced from the petrochemical industry, and aromatics are getting produced from the refinery. Now, if you see that these platform chemicals, so only if you see that platform chemicals, one, ethylene, propylene, methanol, xylene, benzene, toluene, and butadiene. Among them, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are the 7 platform chemicals, and from these 7 platform transfer, what are the products are coming into the market? All the products are coming into the market, chemical waste product. Now, if we see that benzene, toluene, xylene, these are contributed around 40% of this total, and these are getting produced from the refinery. And ethylene, propylene, methanol, and butadiene, these are getting produced from the petrochemical industry. Now, let's just for ethylene is the biggest contributor, then propylene, and other. Now, let's see how that propylene is. Once I get the ethylene, how that marketable products are coming. Just for an example. So if you take let's take ethylene. Okay, so let's take the ethylene part. So from ethylene, we can produce the polyethylene, Okay, so polyethylene also can be different types: linear low density polyethylene, low density high, depending on this application. So different polyethylene can be produced, different, and they are the marketable products are coming. Now ethanol, we know that is one biggest role has in another sector that can be produced from ethylene. Then we can produce ethylene oxide. Ethylene oxide to we can produce ethylene glycol. Okay, ethylene glycol to polyester, and this is the marketable product. Then we can produce the engine coolant is coming, that is actually ethylene glycol. Then ethylene oxide we can produce ethyl ester. From ethyl ester, whatever the different type of cleaning material, floor cleaning, all these things, these are coming. Then ethylene ethoxylate, it is from there we are producing different type of cosmetics industry. And another important product from the ethylene is vinyl acetate, where we can produce the sole, all this polymeric, that matrix, all these things are getting produced. And also it can be produced tetrachloroethylene or trichloroethylene, which is used for, that electronics gadget cleaner. Sometimes we use this, but this is that main material is this. And vinyl chloride from their PVC, polyvinyl chloride, and marketable products are used with the different pipes are coming. So all these polymeric and chemicals are produced from the ethylene. So ethylene is my platform. Similarly for propylene, butadiene, and something, the market is coming, the daily diet commodity, actually it is coming from these 6-7 chemicals. So now I have that the platform chemicals are very important, because we know that from these platform chemicals we can produce all the products we need. And from there we can, if you see, the ethylene, propylene, butadiene, and methane, these 4 chemicals are platform chemicals coming from petrochemical industry, and BTX, benzene, toluene, xylene, is coming from the petroleum industry. Now the threat is, we know this petroleum will not be available after 3 decades. 2 decades it will be scarcity, but after 3-4 decades it will not available. So what are the alternative? Because daily life communities are based on this thing. So if you see that from biomass, also that analogous platform chemicals are available. So from biomass we can produce ethanol, we can produce glycerol, we can produce lactic acid, we can produce 3-hydroxypropanoic acid, we can produce succinic acid. So these 5 chemicals can be produced through biological route. Okay. So we need to, that will come that through biological, and there is a chemical route where we can produce levulinic acid, furfural, hydroxymethylic furfural, and furan dicarboxylic acid. So these 5 chemicals we can produce from the biological route, and these 4 chemicals we can produce from the chemical. And from these 9 chemicals, and definitely glucose is one of them. So these chemicals, so these 10 chemicals are the platform chemicals from biomass, and from these platform chemicals, what are the marketed products we are using, all these things can be produced. So we can replace our petroleum-based products to biomass-based products. Now if you see that sources of biomass, so definitely we use the waste biomass. Definitely we should not compete what biomass it should not be food competitive. Okay, so that's the thing. So, and we know that biomass one is forest crops and residue. We know plenty is available in Northeast. Agriculture crops and this is also local, what location which agriculture crops are getting produced, and this is also seasonal. Then sewage product. Then another some industry which is hazardous, mainly industrial residue, animal residue, and municipal solid waste. But if you see that sewage, municipal solid waste, animal residue, industry, these are very difficult to handle, and these are the heterogeneous thing. Okay, but if you see that forest residue and agriculture, these are very homogeneous. Okay, so this is very similar type, and these can be from these chemicals. from these residue we can produce the platform chemical LDC. So these can be used, but not for the platform chemical. These can be used for incineration and generating electricity. But these two can be used for producing that platform chemicals or daily life communities, because these are the homogeneous, and these are called for this thing. General component is this is called generally lignocellulosic material. Lignocellulosic material means it has lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose is the main part. Now, if you see that this lignocellulosic waste biomass, what are the things? Let's take bamboo, which is available in Tripura large amount, and cellulose content is very high, 50%. Okay, hemicellulose and in lignin, and corn cob, corn stover, grass hair, hardwood, nut shell, rice straw, softwood, sugarcane, bagasse, switch grass, whatever all the lignocellulose material, but it has the main three components is cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And if you see, bamboo has the highest cellulose, hemicellulose has the grasses, and lignin has that nut shell. That composition, but depending on the availability of the lignocellulose material, so then accordingly it can be planned. But if you see the overall, this renewable waste biomass is abundant because it is growing, and in India particular, then again in northeast part, the forest waste is plenty because in northeast 70% is forest. So this can be used. And if we see that on an average lignocellulose material, so cellulose is generally 38 to 50%, hemicellulose is 23 to 32%, and lignin is the 15 to 25%. So here, whatever the olefins we can produce from cellulose and hemicellulose, and lignin is the source of aromatic source. So if you see that petroleum industry, it is producing benzene, toluene, xylene as aromatic, around contributing 40%. That can be produced from the lignin, and whatever the olefins we are using, that can be produced from this cellulose and hemicellulose. Now, if you look into the deeper sense in the chemistry of the cellulose is a polymeric material and this is nothing but a glucose, C6, carbon 6, glucose is there, that is the polymeric chain, and if we make hydrolysis of this, we'll get the glucose. And if you see the hemicellulose, it is mainly contains xylose and mannose, C5, a small amount of arabinose and galactose. So this is one heteropolymer. So they are present mainly xylose, mannose, arabinose, and galactose. So from there, this is also carbon source, this is also carbon source, and lignin, if we see, this is phenolic aromatic, and by processing we can produce the aromatics part. Now, what I was just telling that cellulose and hemicellulose derived platform chemicals, what are the chemicals? So I told that we have two routes, one is chemical route and biological route. And what are the for chemical routes? Glucose, if you put the sugar, glucose, then we can produce the glucuric acid, then hydroxymethyl, it is a platform chemical, and from there we can produce levulinic acid and furada. So these are the platform chemicals for biomass. Then another is sorbitol, and from C5 sugar we can produce furfural. This is also platform chemical, and xylitol. And sorbitol and xylitol, it is already it has a market. So I will show that it is just single step process where just we can produce the sorbitol and xylitol from these sugars. So in chemical route, that platform chemicals is hydroxymethyl furfural, levulinic acid, and then furan dicarboxylase. And from biological route, okay, so biological routes means we will use microorganism which will lignocellulosic material, we will hydrolysis this, sugar will come. Then there is one that metabolic pathway inside the organism. From sugar they will consume, they will produce one chemical pyruvate. Pyruvate too, it can produce ethanol, lactic acid, and biohydrogen. Then it will produce the acetyl CoA, which it produce the ethanol, lactic acid, 3-hydroxypropanoic acid. Then there is this is called EMP pathway, and this is called TCA cycle. Okay, this is nothing but a chain reaction. And from there we produce the succinic acid, glucuramic acid, and all these are can be used as a platform chemicals. So chemical route, if you see cellulose to I am getting glucose, hemicellulose to this thing, and from there we are getting these platform chemicals, hydroxymethyl furfural, fural, ribonic acid, formic acid, hexanidine, and from lignin we'll getting the aromatics compound, and these are can be used as a platform chemicals, and from these platform chemicals that marketable products can be produced. And if you see just one, I'll just show that hydroxymethyl furfural, and if you see it was produced from the glucose through chemical route, just dehydration. Okay, and from there, lot of derivatives can produce, and which are the feedstock for for this different kind of polymers. Similarly, just I told that if you have glucose, you can in a hydrogenation we can produce sorbitol, which itself has a market. Then 5-carbon sugar, xylose to hydrogen we can produce. This is the chemical route. It's a very easy route where we can produce one product and it has the huge market. Then another thing is biological route. So biological route, what we do? We use the waste biomass. From biomass we produce the sugars. This is the hydrolysis step. Sugars will take by the organism. It will produce the pyruvate. Okay, pyruvate to we saw that 3-hydroxy propanoic acid, phenolic acid, and lactic acid, isobutanol, ethanol, butyric acid. All these things product can be produced. Propanol, this thing. So these are the way. What here we have to use the microorganisms. So because this microorganism will consume these sugars and it will produce different products. But accordingly, the process has to be optimized. Then just for example, let's take, lactic acid is very important and how it can be used. So lactic acid, it can be produced, okay, that from the glucose through the fermentation. And if you see, this is the platform chemicals, and from there, if you see how many products are getting, we can produce from dehydration acrylic acid from the acrylic ester. So acrylic ester is used in paint as a painter and also in cosmetic industry as a thickener. Then we can produce that propylene glycol and propylene oxide, so from the propylene, and through this one we can do the esterification. Then lactic acid ester, which is used in adhesives and also in cosmetic industry. Then if you see lactic acid too, we can put it polylactic acid, and polylactic acid already has the market. So that's why I was telling whatever the daily life commodities we are producing from the petroleum as a raw material, all these things can be produced from the waste biomass. And this is for the lignin. If you see the lignin, we can make it combustion, we can direct combustion and we can heat generate, we can gasify it, and we can produce hydrogen, carbon monoxide, methane. And from there, different chemicals can be produced or it can be used as a fuel. And there is some other process, liquefaction, hydrolysis, and catalysis with EX oxygen. All these are the standard chemical process. From there, we can produce liquid oil. We can produce different type of phenols or its derivative, different aromatic things and alipha's. So all these are you can produce either use as a chemical, fuel, or electricity. Similarly, for pyrolysis and carbonization, active carbon also is important. So we can produce the active carbon, all these things. So these are the lignin produced. And if we take a little bit in deeper sense, so these are the chemistry of the lignin molecule. Okay, so we can make the different processes. Either it is a hydrocarbon process, side chain oxidation, all these things, ring opening, and these are the different chemical. If you see, let's take benzoquine. This is used as a drug industry. Okay, if you see this thing, so vanillin I can produce, which is used in ice cream industry. So similarly, all these chemicals, platform chemicals, which are coming already has the market and which can be produced in terms of either in our food industry or in pharma industry or as a chemical. So, but lignin it is used as a aromatic substance. So, thing is that platform chemicals what we are getting that from the petroleum, it has the replaceable analogous that can be produced and for our daily life communities. Now coming to our biofuel, if you see biofuel, we are that different type of biomass we produce. That one is only oil seed. We know that jatropha and fat, and then trans-esterification, hydrotreating biodiesel, diesel. Then different type of grains and other sugar crop. Generally, this is full competitive. Initially, it was used first generation biofuel. Now it starts sugar from the biological route, fermentation, hydrolysis, and from there we can produce ethanol, butanol, and ethanol. But then instead of this thing, now it is producing agriculture and tree and grasses. Okay, so agriculture that the lignocellulose material, cellulose and from their hydrolysis, biological and thermochemical process, it is getting produced. And now it has introduced the third generation biomass through the algae. So algae also has a composition of cellulose, hemicellulose lignin. From there we can produce all these products. And there is also thermochemical process. Means I can make the pyrolysis, I can make the gasification, and there is catalyst for liquid fuel. And from there hydrocarbon, diesel, gasoline. These are the roadmap how the biofuels are getting produced from the waste biomass. So now if you take, these are the pathways. I'm not just going, that pathway means within the organism, if we know just 10th standard biology, it's more than sufficient. So take this and pyruvate, this is called EMP pathway. From there, if you see, we can produce, one is ethanol, 2 carbon. But now trend is coming, ethanol is 2 carbon, but hydrocarbon, which is engine carbon, that is C8 to C12. So can we produce C8 to C12? If you see octanol, hexanol, butanol, there are some isobutanol, some higher carbon, there are some organisms which can produce this higher hydrocarbon. And now research is slowly shifting how instead of producing ethanol, how can we produce the octanol or butanol. So this because this is a higher carbon fuel, and which has a much competitiveness in terms of combustion engine. Now coming to this ethanol production, which is already in this. So ethanol, so initially it started to produce from the corn, and we know that is a food company. The simple process is milling, then you make the hydrolysis to make glucose. Okay, from this is called saccharification, then fermentation, and then you just distillate it and you will get the ethanol. This is already commercialized. Now it is getting, instead of corn, you are using corn stover, lignocellulose material or waste biomass. So then one step is there more. If you see milling, saccharification, milling, there is a pre-treatment. Pre-treatment is required. So because pre-treatment is required to remove the lignin part mainly. Because lignin is one, when I use this for fermentation, okay, or this thing. So fermentation, when I will make this, the lignin, if lignin is present, then microorganism will not grow. So to remove this one, pre-treatment is required, then the hydrolysis then is the process. Okay. Now coming to this, and this is the thing that hydrolysis is also very important factor play. So lignocellulose, if you make the acid hydrolysis, it is very easy because if we can put the HCl 1%, 2%, it will make the hydrolysis. But problem will be it will produce the sugars. Whatever the hemicellulose, it will produce glucose, galactose, mannose, gyrosaminose. Along with this, they will produce the furfural HMF acetic. It is a small quantity, but we are going to use this hydrolysis as a feedstock for but these are the inhibitors for the microorganisms. So this process is problem for biological route. So then instead of acid hydrolysis, if we go for the enzymatic hydrolysis, then it will not produce any inhibitor. Only it will produce glucose, galactose, mannose. These sugars will produce, which are the feedstock for the microorganism and with nothing. So this process also are required to optimize. Now if you see that ethanol production, just like glucose to pyruvate, okay. So glucose to pyruvate, it is 10-step process. So if you see that EMP pate 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 step. I will produce 1 molecule of glucose, it will produce from 10. So 10 series reactions are there and it will produce energy. ATP is energy. In biological system, energy currency is ATP and it will produce the NADPH. This is the electric currency, okay, electrochemical currency. So in biological system, both energy and electrochemical, these things, electricity is present, but it is in terms of molecule. ATP is the energy currency carrier and this is the molecule which will carry the hydrogen. And when pyruvate will produce, it will be the 10 step. Then there are 2 steps. One is acetylide, then it will be acid. And for this reaction, whatever NADH used, it is getting used. So NADPH, and then again it is used in gas. So this cycle is completed, and so ethanol is getting produced in microorganism, and this is only the 12 steps process. And this thing already has been industrialized. Now, if you come to that higher, if you look into the higher carbon, the butanol. Okay, so if you see the butanol, the main few things, if you see butanol, this is the standard gasoline, and ethanol and butanol. One is thing, if you take the solubility. Gasoline is immiscible with water. Ethanol is miscible, but if you take the butanol, it is immiscible. And if you see that energy boiling point, this is the ethanol 78, gasoline 27 to 221, and if you see that boiling point is very much competitive with the gasoline. And now if you see that energy content, if you see 84,000, okay, then it is 1,50,000 BTU per gallon and 1,10,000. So 50, so it is also very competitive. And if you see the other properties, it is very much closer to the, for butanol, it is very much closer to the gasoline. And even it has been tested that what are the gasoline in it, it can be run with the butanol without any 100% butanol. If you use, it can be run. But ethanol, we can make up to the building can be up to the 30%, not that. But that's why the focus is how we can produce the butanol instead of ethanol. So if you take that techno-economic analysis, we have seen if I use the glucose, sugar, corn, sour, these are the food material, okay, food grade, and for this that butanol production cost will be very high. You see, this is glucose. And sugar cane, it is okay, 16, this thing, corn, sour, it will be hard. But if we use the lignocellulosic material or waste biomass, if you see what are the production cost of butanol, it will be in competitive with the current price. You know that current 100 rupees petrol price, and it is around $1, less than $1 means 70 rupees. So when it comes to the market, it will be competitive. So after this techno-economic analysis, we can see that if we produce the butanol from this waste biomass, it will be marketable, competitive with the existing fuels. But some more process optimization is required. So if you see that butanol, let's take, if we take the wheat straw, then milling, treatment, hydrolysis, enzyme, fermentation, then distillation, you are producing the thing. But if you see this in terms of organism level, one organism is there, butylicum acetobutylicum, Clostridium acetobutylicum. It will produce that biomass, lignocellulose material, then sugars, then fermentation. It will come to the pyruvate, and there is a different pathway. It will produce if this organism has a beauty, it can produce the ethanol, acetone, butanol, butyric acid, acetic acid, also hydrogen. So if you see this organism, that metabolic structure of Carinobacterium acetobutylicum, so this is a very diverse organism. But why? Because if you take this, give is the sugars, okay, it will produce the biomass definitely. So and at the same time, it will produce, I told, hydrogen, ethanol, butanol, butyric acid, acetone, and acetic acid. So now, if you see that current one, this is the candidate where we can engineer this metabolic network of this organism to produce the butanol. But if you want nowadays, product that focus is shifting towards the hydrogen production because it's the cleanest fuel. So this organism is one candidate which can produce the hydrogen also. Okay, and this thing, but here the constraint is that butanol titer is concentration is low, and that separation point of view has also constraint, and this thing had to be optimized. Now, if you see this organism in some broad view, so initially when this organism you put the glucose, so initially it will produce the acetate and butyrate. Okay, these are the acetic acid, butyric acid. So once it will produce this thing along with its growth, then what will happen when it is producing the acid, pH will go down. When it will reach to the critical level of pH, then it will shift its metabolic function. So this process is called acetogenesis. So glucose is consuming by this organism and it is producing acetate and butyrate, acetate along with group. But when pH is coming down a particular level, then it shifts its metabolic structure. Then what they are doing, what this is doing, these organisms are consuming, produce acetate and butyrate along with this glucose, and it is producing ethanol and butanol and acetone. So, and this is called solventogenesis because we are producing solvents, required solvents, the ethanol, butanol, and acetone. So this is the biphasic metabolic network. So, and it is inherent within this organism. Now, generally, when we do this, grow this or produce this, generally first acetogenesis, this it takes the 30 hours, and the solventogenesis takes the 30 years. So another one fermentation run, we need to run this reactor 60 hours. So if you see that, that profile, okay. So if you see, this is the acetogenesis. So if you see here, glucose, this is the glucose consumption, glucose is consuming, okay, and this is the biomass of this organism, biomass is growing, and if you see, this is the pH. Initially it's 5.99, so when it is producing the acetic acid and butyric acid in this up to this, then if you see that pH level is going to around 4.5. When it will coming to the 4.5, then that its metabolic shift is going on. Then what it is going, what it is taking, if it is consuming its acetic acid and butyric acid produced. Okay, so if you see concentration of this thing are going on. Okay, at this time, if you see, so if it is consumed, so pH is increasing. But glucose consumption is constant, and if you see from there, that production of solvent production start, ethanol, acetone, butanol, it start. And if you see, it takes around 60 hours to complete this, production of. So that. Now, thing is that, can we reduce this thing? Can we reduce this thing means it is a two-phase behavior. One is first it will produce acids and up to 30 hours or 25 hours, then it will produce the solvents which are required. So it takes 60 hours. Instead of 60 hours, can we make this organism in such a way so that, or can we trace this organism so that it will produce the solvents from the beginning? And that is possible. If you see that if we make this pH control pH 5, and now if you see after 10 hours, it started producing acids and all these things. So there is no biphasic behavior. So this type of optimization is required so that I can this product is better. Okay, but is competitive this thing. So that here if you see, instead of 30 hours, 60 hours, we can produce this thing in 10 hours. So this thing is required for this optimization of this organism. Now, another concept, new recent concept is coming, that hydrothermal liquefaction for this, biofuel. So what is hydrothermal liquefaction? This is a very, very easy reactor. That solvent is water, but main thing is pressure is very high, 20 to 220 megapascal, means for 50 to 200 pressure and 250 to 400 degrees centigrade, so that it will be liquid. And whatever the biomass, okay, this thing, if we put this thing, it will give the bio oil. Okay, and bio oil, it has the very similar composition of the petroleum crude. So petroleum, if I put this one to the, now if you see in refinery what is going on, we are bringing the petroleum crude, refinery is producing this, refinery is separating this. Now when petroleum crude will not be available, but if I have the biomass, I will put in refinery, I will put this reactor, then whatever the product this will come, this will be the feedstock for the, it is analogous for the of petroleum crude. So then whatever the existing refinery infrastructure, this will be sustainable. So and lot of tremendous focus has been given to hydrothermal regulation for this process optimization of this one. And another important aspect is coming into this picture, that hydrocarbon biorefinery. Now what is this hydrocarbon one? So we know that from the different either triglyceride or lignocellulosic methanol or starch, this what we can produce methanol, we can produce ethanol, butanol, ethylene, butane, these are produced. But if you see, and I told that C8 to C12 carbon number, hydrocarbon number C8 to C12, this is the petroleum range, and this is the hydrocarbon fuel, but butanol, ethanol, methanol, if you see, this is oxygenated hydrocarbon. Oxygen is there, and that is the problem for combustion engine. So instead of methanol, butanol, ethanol or ethylene, can we produce this thing from there? Can we produce this hydrocarbon biofuels? Hydrocarbon, there oxygen should be removed, and our C2 I put C8. And this research also, this oligomerization reaction is another focus nowadays, to make the direct hydrocarbon biofuel, so that whatever the combustion engines, it will be totally compatible. And this is another upcoming area is coming in research of biofuel. And here in this hydrocarbon biorefinery, we consolidated whatever the knowledge available, and in terms of a book, we edited this book, this hydrocarbon biorefinery, sustainable processing of biomass and hydrocarbon biofuels. So that it whatever from the waste part, it will come directly C8 to C12 hydrocarbon range. And this is in press, and this will come into the market in September this year. And another third generation biofuel, where we look into this matter, that is the microalgae. So if you have a microalgae, the processing of this we need to cultivate, then processing of microalgae will be there, and from there we'll get the oil, because it has a fatty acid, and if you see, that has a market 168 biofuel. But we know that only that this biofuel will not be sustainable or economical. So, but microalgae is producing some other products also. Let's take, it is producing from this fat oil, there is DHA EPA, that high value product. It has a very good market, 33% this nutrition, this kind. We know that DHA is required for the business. Then whatever the carbohydrate is there, from there we can produce the ethanol, and it has this 64.52 billion. Then there is in biomass, proteins are there, from there different first class protein and animal feed. It has also huge market. And also we can produce different kind of high value pigments, just like chlorophyll, hycolobulin, which has also a tremendous market. Now if you see that market of biofuel 160, and if you add this thing, it is equally important. So that's why, and it has been tested that only biofuel production from microalgae will not be economic, but to make it sustainable, we need to fractionation multiple products. So definitely one of them will be the biofuel, but other products, let's say carbohydrate, protein, or pigments, these are, and because these are the market, right? So if I can multiple fractionation concept, if I can introduce, then in microalgal based or third generation biofuel and bioproducts will be sustainable. And if we see that microalgae thing, one is I told that biofuels, different either biodiesel, bioelectricity. Also, it can produce that different biomass, that animal feed, aquaculture, biofertilizer. And microalgae is another important, it can be used for the wastewater treatment. Whatever the less, particularly in industry, chemical industry, if you use the microalgae, so it will play that two role. It will whatever the wastewater it will bring, and it will the products. So, and from there are also some value-added products. So these are very important. Generally nowadays, a lot of marketable products are coming in terms of micro. These are mainly value-added products, and these are the thing I told the DHA, EPA, the different type of vitamins. We can produce different type of antioxidant and pigments, different, that's chlorophyll, beta carotene. I'll show one slide that what we are doing in our lab. This is the very high value product. If you see that purest chlorophyll is a very high cost, and it can be done. So, and other things it can be produced. And generally, whatever, although that we are thinking that we can produce the biofuel from the microalgae, but only producing biofuel, it is not economical. So we need to club it to wastewater treatment so that we can generate money from here. And we need to put the focus that multiple fractionation of this bioalgae, particularly value-added products, because this has a huge market and a lot of already that value-added market products are in the market. So if you see the microalgae cyanoactive, the one part is carbohydrate, and from there different products, let's take products, agar, alginate, all these products can be, and protein, we can put in nutrition and hypovolatile, definitely lipid, we can produce the lipid, whatever. Because in microalgae, there are mainly four components. One is carbohydrate, protein, lipid, and pigment. And these proteins and pigments, beta carotene and chlorophyll, these are also thick. And definitely another some microalgae produce directly the biopolymer. So these are the marketable products are coming into the market. Now, if we want to make this microalgae research into this in multiple fractionation products. So first, it is generally microalgae we need to grow in outdoor conditions. Sometimes we can grow, but always microalgal strain will be capable to grow at its habitat wherever the microalgae is growing. And if you use this environment, it will grow better. Generally, just wherever we are habituated, if we stay there, we are comfortable. But if we put in a other one, we will be doing same way organism will be. So first, where you want to make this microalgal refinery or industry product, so then you have to. We need to isolate the microalgae cyanoactive from this location. Okay, so let's say this is a water bodies. You take this sample, okay, from and you bring it to the lab, and then you make the process, and this is the pure microalgae. So green microalgae, you grow this one. So after this, and then you make the different characterization of this, because we have grown this microalgae. This is pure form, but what is its capability or efficiency we need to check. And for that one, first we need to see what are the different type of microalgae. So let's take in our lab we have isolated different microalgae. Okay, this is Chlorocapcum, Chlorella, Corsivilla, and these are the cyanobacteria or Oscillatoria formidum species. So these we have seen that these are. Then we made the literature. What are the things? Now after then we have seen whether optical microscope. Then we make the genome analysis. What we have done. Okay. So what we have done in this way, things are done. So genome analysis, and then we need to see that what are the in its capability. Let's say what is its growth and what is its, let's take chlorophyll. If you see, these two tends produce 5 to 5% chlorophyll. So generally chlorophyll in alfalfa this is 0.2%, but this is the potential source for chlorophyll. Let's say these are producing that protein content 50 to 60%. So that's mean it will have that protein content high. We can make it because generally protein is what the protein high protein product has coming 30 to 35, but if you see this is 50 to 60%. Similarly, we can see the lipid content is at 20. This organism has a 25%. Then we see that lipid analysis different type of PUFA, MUPA, and if you see this one. And then we need to just go for the media optimization of this process so that it will grow better, it will produce the better thing. And then we need to make the pilot study. Let's take for this one, we varied the different type of intensity. And if you see, we got higher with this in this product, biomass productivity is very high in this condition. Here also that chlorophyll is product something. So in this, once it will be that established, will be in pilot scale study, then we can think in higher that we can propose in industrial. This is the roadmap we need. But things that we need to put that in different products. And just downstream processing here in our lab, what we extract the chlorophyll, with different parameters, and we have seen that within 2 minutes we can separate 90% chlorophyll in this process. So and also we also edited another book that sustainable downstream processing of microalgae for industrial activity, because that microalgae growth is very easy, but downstream processing it's needed a lot of efforts, and that thing we consolidated in another book. So all in summary, that daily life communities can be produced from the waste biomass, that particularly which are getting produced from the petroleum, and Northeast India can contribute significantly to produce daily life community, because Northeast India has forest waste is plenty. And microalgae based biofuel and bioproducts are under research program. So thank you. I like to acknowledge Dr. Tidip Bhumoik and also my PhD student Manish, Anisa, Dibojyoti, Shambit, and also I'd like to thank that financial support from DST DBT. And thank you all. Hello.
So thank you, sir, for your deliberation. Now to the participants, any questions you can ask. Any questions from the participant side?
So I think I convey the message. Means there will be two cases. Nobody is asking question. Either is one option is they understand everything, and second option is they understand nothing. So always I will take the first opportunity. I will be optimistic. I will take the opportunity that everybody understand well. What I want to convey the message that particularly these are maybe that chemical engineering students, they know much better way, but this is the roadmap. I organized that talk in such a way so that mechanical engineer student can get some flavor, say how things are going on in holistic nature. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So should I leave?
Yes, sir. No questions from the participants. Thank you, sir. Hello, you can leave, sir.
So next we have the Dr. A. Srinivasan from NIT Andhra Pradesh.
So, dear participants, our next speaker, Dr. A. Srinivasan from NIT Andhra Pradesh has joined. So, I behalf of NIT Agartala Mechanical Engineering Department, welcome Dr. Srinivasan, sir. Sir, a very good morning to you. So, you can start your presentation, sir. So, he will speak on valorization of self-fishery wastage. Yeah, sir, it's over to you. So, sir will be joining.
So sorry for the delay. Actually, we have some issue here. Let me start our presentation. Sir, I'm ready. Shall I start now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Okay.
let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Srinivasan, sir, from NIT Andhra Pradesh. So, participants, those who have not joined till now, please join. So it's over to you now. Sir, you can start.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to talk about today, like what I'm working for last, couple of years. That means I'm working on fishery shell waste, which is also a predominant waste which is available in our environment. So if we could able to treat this one, that itself it's a challenging task because of its complexity in nature. And you will be surprised when I'm talking about the application of all those stuffs. Okay, so that is what we are going to talk about. Maybe in the perspective of biomass, it is so relevant. To the perspective of application or the fuel purposes, it is getting boom now. So that also I'll be talking at the end of this particular presentation. I'm Srinivasan, working here as assistant professor in the Department of Biotechnology, NIT Andhra Pradesh. And here, this is my email address for the communications also. So, I'm going to enter into this topic because it's our duty to explain about our institute. We started our journey in 2015. NIT has started its journey, and we are located in Tadepalligudam, which is the location is Second World War runway where we are located, and it's historically it's more important spot also, and it is very close to NH16, which connects Chennai to Kolkata. And we are very close to other places also, which has its own, historical moments. One of the thing is like we are very close to Rajamundry, where we have Arthur Cotton constructed several barrages to stop the flow of water, and it is very beautiful scenery. Those who visit this Rajamundry place, and we are also very close to Bhimavaram, which is very famous for the shrimp export. So, we were surrounded with Godavari River canals and other things also. And the institute is offering almost 8 BTech courses and MS as a part-time and PhD as part-time and full-time. So these are all, this is about our institute, what we are doing now. And now we talking about the shrimp shell waste or any crustaceous waste I'm going to talk about now, because um, I'm talking the crustaceous waste means any aquatic animal whose shell will have a very hard coating, and that made up of this chitin and other solid material. So that is the one typical example I have shown here. This is the shrimp head waste. And when we buy any shrimp from the market, what we do, like we throw off the head and then the shell also. We eat the flesh part. But the head and the shell portion have a lot of valuable product. But even we throw that one out. But the quantity of discarded in the market is very low. And if you talk about the industry process this shrimp shell in different form. Like they import the shrimp shell as such, and sometimes they peel out that one and they only export the flesh part of that material only. So like from that waste, what you can able to obtain is the chitin as well as the the protein part and the fat part and some portion of the pigment you can able to obtain from that one. And these are the two component I have represented, but you have other components also. Once I talking about the treatment process, then I will be talking about those one. The chitin again can be converted into its small form, its monomer form, because chitin is a lengthy polymer which is made up of N-acetyl glucosamine. This N-acetyl glucosamine is the monomer, so if you cleave this chitin in terms of chemical process or biological process, that leads to N-acetyl glucosamine. It's a monomer of this chitin. Monomer means it's the building block of this chitin. And this N-acetyl glucosamine nowadays commercially they supplied as a tablet for osteoporosis problems. Like if you have a joint pain, things people are taking that one because they are getting some benefit out of that one. And apart from that, this chitin is converted into chitosan also. Chitosan is the N-acetyl. Acetyl group will be there in the chitin. If you remove that one, it becomes chitosan. That is the only structural difference between this chitin and chitosan. And the chitosan finds different applications. Once we enter, we'll talk about that one very detailedly, like what is the application and how does it perform that one like that. Apart from that, the fat or the mineral which you get from the process also, we use it as a feed and fertilizer for the poultries as well as fisheries also we use as a feed, and as a fertilizer also you can use it for your gardens. So now we are entering into the actual process. So this is a conventional process. So one can observe with the shrimp processing industry. So if you see that one, first the shrimp shell will be collected as a waste. That has a different material. One is the protein material which covers this chitin, and this protein material is again covered with this calcium carbonate. So the calcium carbonate give you the structural rigidity to the support also. So the first part we used to remove that one is the calcium carbonate. So once we remove that calcium carbonate, it is almost having 20 to 50% by weight. So that much is your calcium carbonate present in the particular shrimp shell. So many attempts are made here to make this calcium carbonate as useful product, because usually we employ HCl. Though we use a different acid, the byproduct you get as a calcium form should be soluble in the water, so that you can able to have a separation of this solid. You can separate the solid, that is the pre-treated chitin. So usually they employ HCl, hydrochloric acid. Once they employ the hydrochloric acid, you will be removed with this solid material. So those solid material you will be taking into for a different purpose, but as of now it is thrown off only. But instead of this HCl, if you use lactic acid or citric acid, you get much more better product, because you get calcium lactate or calcium citrate, which is having commercial values also. So that is the one area where people has to take more care about that one. And once you remove the calcium, then rest of the thing what you had is the protein along with our chitin material. So in the second process, we need to remove the protein. So the protein are structural protein, which is very rigid in form. So what people used to do, they add sodium hydroxide into it. So what the sodium hydroxide will do is that it cleaves that peptide bond, so that it makes a smaller bond and it is dissolvable in the water. So that's how the proteins are removed from that one. If you see that one, almost 20 to 40% of protein you are getting as a byproduct. So this one, they are trying to use it for the animal feed as well as for the fertilizer purpose. And I didn't talk about certain things, that is the pigment and the fats. So those also there as a byproduct. I'm not talking because those are all very minute in the quantity. Especially the astaxanthin is the one synthetic component which will be available in this chitin, which will have a high commercial value as a pharmaceutical ingredient also. And once you get the chitin, which is not going to be dissolved in the water, it looks like this. You can see here, looks like this. It is never going to be dissolved in the water. So if you dissolve in the water, then only you find some kind of application. That is the purpose. What people used to do, they convert this chitin into chitosan. You can see here, this is the acetyl group I'm talking about. So once you do deacetylation further with same NaOH, the acetic acid will be removed, and then you will get this chitosan as a polymer. So this chitosan will be, even it is not soluble in the water, but you can dissolve this one in with the acetic acid. So if your water is slightly acidic, then you can able to dissolve this chitosan. Okay. So that finds multiple application. We'll be talking about that one. So another interesting fact is that the chitin is a bigger molecule, so it does not dissolve in the water. So if you break that one into smaller molecule, then there is a chance to solubilize that one. So chitin oligosaccharides also receiving some commercial application in recent times. And mainly it goes to food industry, antimicrobial packing, dietary fibers, cosmetics, agriculture, dermatological. So it finds a different application. Almost if you see the chitin, it is finds application in everywhere. So those things we'll be talking now. Now I'm going to talk about the processing condition of this chitin. So as I said, you have a two process. The first process is demineralization, where you will be removing the calcium deposit, and you have a deproteinization. We remove protein from the shrimp shell. So these two things we will be doing it. So in the demineralization, you can see different people use different acids. Most of the people uses HCl, because when the HCl reacts with your shrimp shell waste, it releases calcium chloride. So it is easily dissolved in the water. So if you use any other thing, that solubility of the byproduct is going to be a bigger task. So separation of the solid from that insoluble material will be the big issue. So we can use acetic acid, formic acid, citric acid. So byproduct you get is a good, but you cannot able to separate that one. Even then the efficiency of separation is also matters. So if you, maximum people what they use is the HCl in the large scale industry. Similarly, once you perform this demineralization and then you subject into deproteinization, where you uses NaOH as the only base to hydrolyze the protein. And recently they come up with other methods also. Once I will be talking that one in the next slides. So NaOH, if you use it, people are getting around more than 90% as the deproteinization efficiency. So once you remove the protein and the minerals, then the remaining material what you had is the chitin. So that chitin is the purity. Also, it is depicted here. So almost people got 90% when they uses 0.25 molar HCl and 1 molar NaOH. So within that one, they could able to achieve more than 90%. So it is also employed in commercial scale also. Now, as I said, there are several attempts like how to improve this processing efficiency or how to get a maximum amount of chitin. That is what people are doing it in multiple fold. They were doing in this research in this particular area. So one of the research what they found is that in one of the researcher from IIT Madras, he found that for the structural rigidity is because of the calcium carbonate layer as well as the protein I am talking about, right? The protein also. So when they uses the hard glycerol into it, like after pre-treatment, so that you remove the calcium hydroxide, so that the protein will be exposed to the hard glycerol, and then if you immersed in the hard glycerol, the hard glycerol actually dehydrate the protein. So whenever you have a structural instability happens, the loosening of your protein is happening, so that you have a separation of your protein and minerals separately, and then your chitin as a fiber you can separate it separately. So that is the one reason attempt what they have done it with this deproteinization using hard glycerol medium. Now you may ask, like, you from your biotechnology department, and what you perform in this particular pre-treatment processes. Like we try to use microorganism for this pre-treatment. As I said, instead of HCl, we try to use it for different acids. One of the acid is the lactic acid, which is particularly produced by the lactobacillus species. So if you grow those lactic acid producing strain, it produces lactic acid. So the lactic acid reacts with the shrimp shell waste, and then it converts into calcium lactate, and the protein plus chitin will be there as the output. Okay. In the non-lactic acid fermentation, what we do is that same in the lactic acid fermentation. So lactic acid produced, it does the demineralization job. And the protein, usually any organism, if you grow, the organism always try to produce proteases. Proteases are the enzyme which cleaves the protein present in the particular, fermentation medium. So here we added a waste. So after leaching demineralization process, the protein is exposed to the, fermentation process. So whatever the protein excreted by the same lactic acid producing bacteria, it is acting on the protein and then it cleaves into small amino acids. So you have a demineralization, deproteinization, both the things happen in a single pot. So that is the beauty of this lactic acid fermentation. And lactic acid fermentation, which is carried out by lactic acid producing bacteria. And another category is that non-lactic acid bacteria, which is not going to produce lactic acid bacteria. But once after the pre-treatment, if you add it into the the fermentation medium, you add that pre-treated chitin waste, and then you allow the organism to grow. So when it started growing, what is going to happen? The protease cleaves that amino acids, right? So protease usually produced by the organism, it cleaves the protein. And once the protein cleaved and it generate amino acids, these amino acids are negatively charged. Okay. Positively charged also will be there. So it brings the pH into lower level, that means acidic level. So that acidic level will enhance the demineralization process. So that's how even the non-lactic acid fermentation also performed to remove the deproteinization and demineralization process. Now, these are all the different sources they employ. I said I have shown only the shrimp shell. You can take prawn cells also, because in the local industry, if you ask them, they consider this prawn and shrimps are same. But compared to the prawn and shrimp shell, have more amount of chitin. So it varies between 15 to 40%. Even you can take a crab cell, or even the fungal cell wall also has the chitin material. So any higher organisms or crustaceans that will have the chitin in their the shell, and you can see the efficiency why also they are not lesser than your normal chemical method. They also produces up to higher efficiency also. And if you see the bacteria species, you can see lactobacillus. Whenever I'm talking about lactobacillus lactis, I'm talking about lactic acid fermentation. So along with another organism also grown for the demineralization and deproteinization, both of things it will be carried out by the same, these two organisms. So different reports are available. You can read this one so that to get further information about that one. Now we slowly enter into the, we talked about the free treatment process through chemical and biological way. Now we are entering into the application part where what we are trying to see is that the application of this chitin and chitosan in the food industry, like how it is going to be useful. Okay. Now in the food industry, food stabilizer, you can use it that same chitosan you get it or chitin you get it, antimicrobial packing, all those things I have listed. So I circulate this one, you can also read that one because it is all available in one of my paper itself. Now, interestingly, like I said, it is going to be served as antimicrobial packing material. How does it going to work? That is very interesting case, right? Now, if you see the structure of this chitosan, maybe I'll show here. You can see here, this is the structure of this chitosan. It has this amine group. You can see that amine group is there. So whenever it is dissolved in the acid or anything, it is going to form a positive ion. So always chitosan will exhibit positive ion. So when you apply this coating on the food surface, what is going to happen? It is going to do two jobs. That means, let's say our body has a wound. So when you apply a gel on our body, what is going to happen is that the organism receives air and the food from the surrounding. Food from our cell and air from the surrounding. So if you block, it is necessary, it will block that. This is the blue color one indicates the chitosan film, and the orange color indicates the food or your skin also you can talk about. Now it will not allow the oxygen to penetrate through that site, so that the organism will will not find any oxygen on the surface. So in that case, organism cannot proliferate. So by which it can reduce the proliferation of the organism, or it can kill that organism itself without supplying the organisms oxygen to their system. As well as what happened, this is like a positive charge. Most of the cell have the negatively charged. So these two things form a, bond, and then it will freeze that one, so that it cannot able to take the food from the surrounding also. So it can block the oxygen as well as the food, so that the organism cannot persist in that particular environment. So that is the one typical case with this chitosan also. Moreover, the cell, the organisms which you are getting infected, the every material which will be flowing through that one, it will be blocked by this chitosan itself. That's how it is exhibiting a antimicrobial property. This property is utilized in the food industry as a food packaging. Now, how do you coat this chitosan on the food? That is very interesting topic. So these are all the different way by which you can able to coat it. Now one is the casting, another one is extrusion, another one is coating, another one is dipping, another one is LBL assembly systems also. In dipping is the one simple process where you take your fruit and then put it into the gel, and then after that take it and dry it, so that you have some chitin film will be formed on the surface. So the microorganism which is already existing in the food also, it will not proliferate, even it will not allow anything from this environment also. So that's how it can able to protect a particular food. So you can do it by different way. So these slides I have taken it from one of our colleague, who has an industry here, Surya Biotech industry. He performed some of the tests at his laboratory. What he did is that you can see the flower what he had is immersed in the chitosan gel, and then once immersed, it will form a layer, right? So it can preserve the freshness of the flower. You can see this is the without treatment, and this is with the treatment. You can see the difference after 8 days. So any florist who want to preserve their flower for the more time, this is one thing they can expect. And you can see here, this also, this is untreated, this is treated. You can see the differences between these things. The freshness you can retain. And similarly, what he also explained is that he did with that Amirtapani is the one type of banana which is available in this area. So it is very fragile. You cannot withstand even for 1 day. Next day the skin will be peeled out. So that is the very beauty of this Amirtapani. It's very tasty also, I think. So what he did is that it cannot able to the stability or the it cannot able to persist more than beyond 2 days. So that is the nature of this fruit. So what he did, he immersed set of banana with the chitin film and unimmersed one. If you see here, the unimmersed one, all skin of this banana peeled out, and you can see here, this is the peeled out bananas, and you can still you can see here after 2 days also. The coated one persisting. It does not affected by the microorganism also, does not peeled out also. After 9 days also, it can able to preserve that particular banana. It get blackened, but up to 8 days you can find reasonably good one. So this is what he did. So this is how the shelf life of a food can be improved with this chitosan gel coating itself. And another example he showed, and it is taken from CFTRI Mysore. And what he did is that he coated with a different coating. One is the control one without any coating. Another mangoes are coated with the LDPE, that is low density polyethylene. Another one coated with the chitosan. So 3 things they were compared. You can see the LDPE, which can preserve that one, but it cannot able to withstand the freshness of the fruit. And you can see that 8th day, you can see the difference. This will have still having the freshness. And you can see here the LDP and the chitosan after 12 days. The chitosan film, the coated one, will have withstand or without any degradation up to 18 days it survived. So that is the beauty of this one. It will not allow the organism to grow, as well as it can preserve the moisture and other things, because it's going to form a thin layer. That is the beauty of this chitosan also. This is also another experiment like the biodegradable chitosan film, which is formed along with the polyvinyl alcohol. So PVA along with the chitosan, and then formed a film and you can see the degradation after 6 days. So after 6 days, every chitosan is degraded by the organism. Only the polyvinyl portion is left out. So it can be used as a, you can mix with along with the normal plastics to enhance the biodegradability or the permeability, to increase the permeability after the degradation system also. And one more thing I want to talk about is the protein. You get it as a byproduct when we treat the in the shell waste. So these protein always have a high, it has high fertility, fertile nature also, as well as it's going to serve as a feed also. Interestingly, what he said is that he get as a protein pellet. Once he adjusts the pH, the protein get precipitated in the effluent treatment process. And what he did is that he get as a pellet, and that pellet he dried in and he made it into finger chips or something like that, and they fried and they eaten that one also. So it does not created much problem to the people also. That's what he stated. But the literature says that it has allergic proteins also that causes some kind of allergic reaction like that. People reported. But after the degradation, if the allergic protein degraded, then the amino acids nowhere connected with this allergic reaction. So that's what he talked about. Now, at least for the feeding purposes, for the aquaculture, this protein extract, they are using it. So you can see that is a reference which I have taken from here. So this protein agglomerate which comes out from the stem cell waste, they made it into small pellets. They're giving for the supplement for the solenoids raised in the aquaculture. And the dark yellow color you can observe in the protein, which is the main component, is the astaxanthin. This is the one component. Actually, this is a pigment. Even in the Japan, what they do is that astaxanthin, they feed it to the broilers, that the egg will have this astaxanthin. So instead of a normal yellow core, it will have a orange core. That is because of this astaxanthin. So that is beneficial for our human system also when you consume this one. So that is the one best point with this protein content. And another application is like the chitosan is also used in the toothpaste also. This is one commercialized product what they have it, and it is proved to have higher efficiency compared to this comparable efficiency of the normal toothpaste, and it has the maximum content of your chitosan also. So as a food material, for the paste also they have used this chitosan also. And very interesting is that even now some of the people who involved in organic farming, they are using this chitosan formula. So it is well before developed by this Cambridge University, and they are selling as a product as a chitosol. So what they do is that they immersed in this chitosan gel, and then they immersed in the chitogel, and then they cultivate. When they cultivate after having the coating with chitosan, the productivity is increasing. Why? The main reason they found is that more follicle formation will be observed with these crops. That increase the productivity tomato by 30%, rice by 10 kg per hectare to 6,000 kg per hectare they observed when they coated with that one. And from 25% increase in the maize productivity, and 44 tons to 110 tons in the sugarcane. Potato production was increased to 78%. And other fruits also, the yield were improved when we treated with this chitosol gel. So they used the chitosan as the chitosol gel. They are marketing it, and it finds application in the agro industries also. And nowadays the industry called Nagarjuna industry, what they commercially selling the product is that has the shrimp shell waste fermented product they are selling as a commercial formula, and that improved the root formation or follicle formation. So it improved the productivity that recently people have observed in the agriculture field. And This chitosan is also used in the effluent treatment process also. One of the commercial product is chitovan, and it is the chitosan acetate. It is in the form, and it in the water treatment it is used as a biopolymer to remove the suspended sediments and other contaminants from the water. So as a coagulant they are using in the water system also. It is well practiced from 2006 itself. And in the bone fracture treatment also it is employed. You can see the only chitosan sorry for the inconvenience because I have some issue with network also. Hello, I'm audible. Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you can.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Because
Yes,
there
sir,
is a
you can
sudden
continue.
network problem is there. I'll talk about
Okay, sir.
remaining things. I have very few slides after this one. I just complete it. So we were talking about this nerve connections also. So this cytogen made product is biocompatible, and you can see, I mean, this neuron disconnected, then it is getting joined by this, this flexible hydrogel made up of cytogen also. So that is also possible with the system in the medical field. So that people are explored recently, and then. Yeah. So one of the interesting thing what I observed from his lecture is that this technology of using Kaitoza was developed by the NASA people very long time before itself. So what they did is that they want to test it whether any organism can grow in the moon or wherever they explore, where it can able to grow or not. So for that they have, I mean, tested this one. So you can see they have made, I mean, they told that beyond all natural plant amendment trademark, that is their content, and they sell as a water soluble organic self-fisheries extract. This what I'm talking about, the fermentation product of chitosan and chitosan mixture now. So they're selling in the market, and that found to increase the fertility of the land as well as improve the, as we see. One of the things what experimented is, here you can see the novel support GAP technology with untreated bean. This is the untreated bean, the left one, and chitosan treated one is right one. So I mean, this they have sent into the the other in the space shuttle, called the space shuttle is Mir space station, aborted the space shuttle September 1997. So they want to cultivate something in the moon or wherever they explore. So they just tested whether, I mean, with the chitosan, without the chitosan, how does the survivability of the plant in the particular location. So they tested in that shuttle, and they observed the chitosan treated one. They survived in the particular harsh environment also. That is the one thing they found it in the 97. Then they sold that one in the brand name of this one. You can see that one also as an NASA product. And this is one of the, I say no, Nagarjuna fertilizer, they are selling the one of the commercial product in the world, I mean commercially now, that has, you can see the chitin content. This is the fermented composition, the fermented content of the, shrimp shell waste only. It has a chitosan of 60%, and you know, see the amino acid which comes out from the protein, and carbonic hydrates and minerals which is of 40%. The protein content of 40, and altogether it is 100%. So it will enhance the root formation and the follicle formation, and it improved the productivity also. This is one of the commercial product which now people are selling. The Nagarjuna is selling as a product. This one they are importing from importing from abroad. They are importing from forgot that country where from they are importing, but they didn't have that one. In-house productivity. They are importing from that one from outside only. It has a 60% chitosan. And same thing, it is also used as a blood clotting agent. Hemostatic activity of chitosan also proved, and it is commercially available. Axostat is one of the commercial dressing they employed to clot the blood. The principle is that the negatively charged blood cells, and it is bound with the positive charged chitosan, and then it forms precipitate so that it blocks the further movement of further release of your blood. So that's how it is serving as an emergency healing, sealing mechanism. This chitosan. And the same protein concentrate also now it is available now. Sorry for the interview. So as I said, protein can also use as a feed here in the dog feed and the best that is the maximum active protein content and is so it is less protein one of Surya technology, which is actually protein as one of the byproducts which is obtained from information is also available. So this is one example. The kids that the this is so that yielded so this one has a couple.
Actually, extremely sorry because of the poor connectivity. I don't know when I disconnected. So my slides I will be sharing with the coordinator. You can please visit that. I mean, you can see that one. If you have any doubt, you can contact me on the email address also. Okay, that's it. I have completed, sir. Hello. Yes, sir. I have done.
So thank you, sir. There is a network issue. Uh, thank you for your kind deliberation.
Yeah.
So from participant side, any questions you can ask? So participants, any questions? Any questions? No.
Okay.
Then it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Madhujit, I'm sorry extremely because in between two times network gone. So
We have also sir same issues.
okay.
No problem, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir, for giving us your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So we will meet after lunch at 1:15.
So all the participants, please join. From 1:15, we are having the first session after lunch. Dr. Manjula Das Ghatak from NIT Arunachal Pradesh. She is working as an assistant professor in mechanical engineering department.
Yes. So let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Manjula Das Ghatak. She is from M.E.D, Arunachal Pradesh, working as an assistant professor in mechanical engineering department. So very good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. So, madam will speak on the topic of biogas technology. So all the participants, those who have not joined, requested to join as soon as possible. Madam, you can start.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Dev, for giving me the opportunity to talk on this topic. Thank you so much. And may I know the participants? They are research scholar, faculty.
Yes, yes.
Most of them are
Faculty,
research
scholar, and industry persons.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, it will be then relevant. Okay. So, can I start now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, let me share my screen. Am I visible? My slide is visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, let us start then. So, today I'll be basically talking about biogas technology. Okay. So, all of you are aware of what is biogas. So, I'll not start with that term. So I'll start with the thing that nowadays, everybody all over the world are trying to find some alternate energy, and one big reason is to maintain a eco-friendly environment. As the reason is that we have to sustain we want to sustain for longer period, so that the human race can sustain for longer period of time. So it will start with the fuel. So what happened, from the starting, people are using conventional fuels, that is fossil fuels, but due to the overuse or the large number of use of fossil fuel in automobiles, marines, in industries, and due to increasing number of cars, number of industries every day, so fossil fuel is depleting day by day. So and it is estimated that we are not going to last very longer if we continue to use in this rate. So we have to think of some supplement. We cannot replace, of course, fossil fuel, but we can use some other fuel as supplement. So for that, this renewable source of energies are coming into the picture. So because of depletion only, the price of fossil fuel is increasing, and it is estimated that petroleum products may last another 30 years only, and at the same time coal may last another 200 years. Before also it can get finished. Then natural gas may last 80 to 90 years, whereas renewable energy, which you can say wind power, solar power, energy from biomass, biogas, these may last forever because these are renewable. Okay, so that is why people all over the world are now looking for some alternative through renewable energy. And this is the estimation of 2002 only. It is already changed, but we can have a little comparison of India, China, and USA. as per 2002 with world rankings. These red markings are as per world rankings. So population is for China is the highest, followed by India, USA. So according to the number of population, the energy use, coal consumption, oil imports are depends. Okay, and energy use from the fossil fuel is now contributing to the carbon emitted in carbon dioxide. MTC means megatons of carbon in carbon dioxide, because not only we are using, we are also emitting to the environment. So that thing also we need to consider. And this point is also contributing to the point that we need to look for alternative source through renewable energy. So there are many energy options are there. Many types of solar, many types of renewable sources of energy, like solar energy is there. But disadvantage of solar energy is that it is very expensive. High-tech technology is required, and geothermal, tidal, wind energy are also in the option, but they are site-specific. Site-specific means you can have them only where, say, tidal energy, you can have your plant of tidal power plant only near the sea. Like wind energy, for that you need large, vast area. Then geothermal also, wherever that geothermal, you can have that plant. Hydropower is a very potential energy, potential. Hydropower is there, but here the main problem is that it has a very long gestation period. Gestation period means from the starting the setup of the plant to the production of power or electricity, it takes a long period of time. So which affects the ecology of the environment, it affects the price of the electricity per unit. Okay, if the more time it requires to produce the electricity, the more cost involves, and as a result, per unit cost of electricity increases. Here, in that case, the biomass comes into the picture. That this biomass is now easiest, we can say, a reliable, decentralized system, and favorable for our conditions, and they are easily available, and everywhere available. So we can have a good option from biomass to energy. So number of people relying on biomass for cooking and heating. These are values in terms of millions. So it was from survey, it was obtained for China, India, other Asian countries, Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, that these are the number of people in millions who are relying on biomass. And it is estimated that the people will be still be relying on biomass. Although it is estimated for China that it may reduce to some extent, but it will be more or less like there will be still a large number of people relying on biomass. Now, how there are many methods or routes are there by which biomass to energy can be obtained. That means energy can be produced from biomass. One is biomass gasification, which can be obtained by thermochemical conversion, and many people are working on gasification nowadays, where this producer gas is produced, and people even in IIT Guwahati, some research scholars have successfully could produce producer gas from biomass, where they used sawdust mixed with the cow dung. Those briquettes were used for gasification, and biogas can be produced from biomass, and this is can be obtained by biochemical conversion. I worked on biogas production from biomass. I used lignocellulosic biomass for production of biogas, and could successfully produce biogas and could purify also. And candidates having high lignin and cellulose, Actually, now the biomass which are easily available in the world, and most of them are having high lignin and cellulose, which are called lignocellulosic. So initially, those were not considered for biogas production because of trouble in pre-treating. But nowadays, after pre-treatment, this kind of biomasses are also being used for biogas production. And moisture content should be high. Now, biogas in India and China, biogas technology are the pioneers. Even before India, China is doing a lot of work on biogas technology. So in India, the first biogas digester was built in Bombay in 1859. And the best method to produce biogas is by anaerobic digestion of lignocellulose material. Anaerobic digestion means where oxygen presence will not be there. I mean, there will be complete absence of oxygen. That means the bacteria which works on the biomass to produce the biogas, that means for the fermentation, the kind of bacteria is needed, they can't tolerate the presence of oxygen. So we need a complete anaerobic environment for the biogas production to take place. So anaerobic digestion, if we have to define, it is a biochemical process in which particular kinds of bacteria digest the biomass in an oxygen-free environment. Okay, oxygen-free environment. Several different types of bacteria work together to break down complex organic waste in stages, resulting in the production of biogas. So in various, there are actually 4 different stages where the biogas production takes place. So we'll be discussing the next slides. Symbiotic groups of bacteria perform different functions at different stages of the digestion process. Symbiotic groups means you can say different kinds of bacteria which mutually work together. Okay. So in different stages, different types of bacteria which work together work for production of biogas. So the first step is the hydrolysis. There is one picture. Yeah, I'll show this slide first. So there are 4 stages: hydrolysis, acidogenesis, and methanogenesis. So this acidogenesis and acetogenesis, these two, second stage and third stage are basically the fermentation stage. So this is the first step, second step, third step, and fourth step. So in the hydrolysis process, what happens? The organic material, which may contain carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, anything. So those organic materials will be hydrolyzed in the first step, and amino acids and sugars will be produced. And during this step, this cellulitic, lipolytic, proteolytic bacteria works. Okay. And then in the second step, which is called acidogenesis, which is a fermentation process, here the fermentative bacteria works and they converts the amino acids and sugars to fatty acids. In the third stage, third step, which is called acetogenesis, here the hydrogen-producing bacteria works on the fatty acids and produce acetates and hydrogen. And finally, in the methane-producing step, this is called methanogenesis. And methanogenic bacteria, those bacteria are called methanogenic bacteria, works on the acetate and hydrogen, producing methane and hydrogen, methane and carbon dioxide. So where was it? Hydrolysis, step 1. So hydrolysis is the step 1 where hydrolytic bacteria break down the complex organic waste into sugars and amino acids. Okay. Then hydrolysis is a chemical process in which a molecule is split into 2 parts by the addition of a molecule of water. This is the chemical reaction taking place. Under normal conditions, only a few reactions between water and organic compounds occur. The step 2 and 3 are the fermentation step, just next to hydrolysis. So here, the fermentative bacteria converts the products of hydrolysis, which are sugar and amino acid, into organic acids. So in the acidogenesis process, a biological reaction takes place where simple monomers are converted to fatty acids. Acidogenic microorganisms convert the fatty acids into hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and acetate. And the third step is acetogenesis. It is a biological reaction where volatile fatty acids are converted into acetic acid, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen. And finally, the methanogenesis process. So methanogenic bacteria produce biogas from acetic acid, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide. And methanogenic bacteria those are microorganisms that are without a nucleus and have a single chromosome. All are strict anaerobes, that is, they are killed by oxygen. Methanogens are found in the stomach of cows, in swamp mud, and in other environments in which oxygen is not present. So they can't tolerate the presence of oxygen. So these are the chemical structure, and this is the same scanning electron microscope image of methanogenic bacteria. It is 8,500 times big, magnification. You can get these pictures from internet also. So these are methanogenic bacteria. The stages I have already discussed. The chemical reaction that I have already said here, they are shown here. The chemical reaction that takes place during the anaerobic process, during the various stages of anaerobic digestion. Features of biogas. So biogas is a clean fuel, and 90% of the biogas is methane and carbon dioxide. So out of this 90% of the constitution, methane is 58%, nearly 58 to 62%, and 32 to 35% carbon dioxide is in biogas. And some undesirable contents are present in methane. In biogas, those are hydrogen sulfide, nitrogen. Nitrogen is basically get contaminated from the atmospheric air. So if we somehow can seal or we can prevent the entry of air into the biogas, then this amount will automatically reduce. And H2O is present traces. And hydrogen sulfide is it depends on what kind of biomass we use for biogas production, and also because due to the presence of sulfur in the biomass, this amount comes into the picture. And if we somehow can reduce the sulfur before digestion, then this will automatically be reduced. This is highly flammable, and also the cost is very low. So biogas can for cooking purpose, for home lighting, for running engine for power production, then like using the biogas in engine for water lifting. Then the slurry which is produced after biogas production can be used as manure. And also along with the digester, if a vermicomposting is installed, the vermicompost that will be produced as well as the vermiwash can be the value addition product of the biogas production. Then biogas, when used for cooking purpose, it can be used because this is hygienic and it is affordable by village people, and the environment is clean because the fuel burn with no carbon emission, so the environment remains clean. But the burner needs a regular maintenance. The biogas comes from the digester to the burner. They needs to have regular maintenance. So it is estimated that a 9 cylinder per month if biogas is used. And this is one picture from China, cooking for large numbers of, like for large cooking purposes biogas they're using. Then that burners which are used for like for burning the biogas in Maharashtra. Center of Science for villages in Wada, they have used like clay biogas burner, which are 3-4 times cheaper than metallic burner. So they have produced it like this. A burning box and outer jackets, clay wooden mold, and a potter's wheel, metallized mold. I'll share the slide if you want. You can later on like go through it. Then advantages, there are lots of advantages are there. The first thing is that trees are going to be saved because today also, although there are other options are there like electric cooking, then LPG, everything is many people use firewood for burning, for cooking, or for other purposes. So that is, if we use biogas, then definitely lots of trees, the forest can be saved. And due to clean burning, there will not be smoke in the kitchen, and the people who will be working in the kitchen for cooking, their health will also be not be like affected due to the because if you use fun, definitely lots of smokes are produced, and that makes a lot of air pollution is there. No? So those people who are cooking inside a kitchen, their health, these people will be protected. And as I have already said, if a vermicomposting unit can be installed along with the biogas digester, then organic manure will be produced. Vermicompost as well as vermiwash. And even if vermicompost is not installed, the slurry which is produced, okay, which after fermentation, the slurry which goes out to the outlet, that can also be directly used as a manure. So that is a byproduct. And of course, it saves the conventional fuel, and it is a savings for the people who use, and there will not be order, so no fear. Now, coming to the design considerations. Now, while the design of the biogas digester, that depends upon the availability of the feed material. So, of course, that is a major thing. If the feed material is not available, then you have to transport it from some places, and it will add extra cost. So that will not be feasible. So availability of feed material is needed. Then location, of course, a open space is required, and like using, so that people should be trained. They should know how to maintain or how to use it, and how many people are using. So that depends. Then type of use, like how they are using. They are using for cooking or just they are keeping it lying idle. So that depends. That available to construction material, of course, the construction material matters. If it is has to be fetched from very far places, then it will not add up. So finally, what design we should follow, that also like we have to reconsider. The people who are using, their role is important, like how they are going to use it, that is important. Now, feed material. So for that, there should be enough of biodegradable material, whether it is biomass or cow dung or anything. It should be there should be abundant amount. So first choice is always cow dung. It acts as a starter as well as base material. That apart from cow dung, litters of pig, duck, buffalo, yak, goat, whatever is available as biodegradable material can be used. And secondary materials are other, say, water hyacinth, cook waste, or any other kind of biomasses that are available. Then other materials like fruits, peel, then even newspaper can also be used. And the thing is that the material should have carbon nitrogen ratio as 1:1:30, because in between, when the carbon nitrogen ratio is in between 1:20 to 1:20 to 1:30 ratio, then the maximum biogas production is obtained particular biomass. And if any biomass is not having carbon nitrogen ratio in this range, I think in my last lecture I already mentioned that this carbon nitrogen ratio can be adjusted by mixing the biomass with some other kind of material like cow dung or any other thing. This CN ratio can be adjusted, so that is not a big problem. Then requirement of feed per meter cube digester. It is a thumb rule. By thumb rule, we need 25 kg of cow dung and equal amount of water. So here, the whole calculation is basically for cow dung. We are not considering biomass. So here, feed material means you can consider cow dung. So here, for 1 meter cube digester, we need 25 kg of cow dung and equal amount of water. That is kg cow dung and 25 kg water. And in case of mixing with other materials, slight dilution is permissible. Like along with cow dung, if we use say tree leaves or say bamboo dust or sawdust, something like that, then this ratio, this cow dung is to, it is mixed in 1:1 ratio. No? But in this case, if we mix some other material, say we have mixed bamboo dust or sawdust, then we have to adjust the amount of water according to it. Like what percentage of biomass is mixed with cow dung, according to that, the water percentage will change. And accordingly, for 3 cubic meter digester, we need 75 kg per day. Okay. For 2 cubic meter, 50 kg per day is required. For 4 cubic meter digester, 100 kg per day feed material is required. That is why the it is already mentioned that enough biodegradable material should be there. So if somebody is having, if somebody can provide 100 kg per day material, feed material, then he can have 4 meter cube digester. So thumb rule is that each Indian cow average gives 10 kg of like cow dung. So accordingly, a person who is having like how many numbers of cow are there with him, or how much cow dung he can provide, or he may collect also from his labor, like that. So according to that, the design has to be considered. And warning, of course, that do not encourage the person having no source of cow dung or insufficient cows or bio waste. A person, if he doesn't have cow dung, he cannot provide any other kind of bio waste. Okay, so in that case, we cannot like encourage him to have a biogas digester. Family assisted with a biogas digester without feed material is found to be a failure, definitely. And many a times it is observed that if any install biogas digester initially, and later on if he can provide the required amount of feed material, then automatically the whole biogas digester become a failure. Like say maybe the sufficient amount of biogas will not be produced, and eventually it will be a total failure. Now location is also an important factor for installation. So digester should be installed within the reach to the kitchen or house. Of course, basically since we will be using the biogas in kitchen, so the biogas digester should be near to the kitchen or to the house. And if possible, it should be near to the cow shed, so that the cow dung can be like there, so that there is no need of transportation of cow dung to a very large distance. And it should be installed at a distance above 30 meters from utility. This is from design consideration. And avoid drinking water and sanitary walks. At least minimum 10 meters should be there from the digester. Then area of installation should get sufficient sunlight. Sunlight is important because it is observed from research or from survey also that when the bacteria, when the slurry or the feed material gets sufficient sunlight, that means when the temperature is high, the biogas production is found to be higher as compared to low temperature area. Then we should avoid flood prone areas. We should avoid submersible areas and should avoid railway track or heavy traffic area, and should avoid trees at the location. And user, that is an important role for the user. The success of the technology depends on the user, definitely. So for that, we need to train up the user regarding daily loading, like how to load, how to mix the cow dung with water, and checking of pipeline and stove. And that person or the people of the house or of the community, they should know how to check the pipeline and the stove, because a regular maintenance is very important. Then regular feeding. Feeding and loading is the same thing. So say today I have loaded, and tomorrow say मेरा मन नहीं है load करने का. So you cannot like think like that. You have to regularly feed it. Okay. Then maintenance maybe weekly, monthly, yearly, and 5 yearly maintenance of the digester is important. Then this indicates biogas vermicompost unit for sustainable earning. I have already mentioned that along with the biogas digester, a vermicompost unit can be installed, and they will be sustained, and because they are compatible with each other. And we should involve the woman person from the family also for this kind of activity, so that they can earn some extra earning from the vermicompost unit by selling vermiwash or the vermicompost. So we can involve all the people from the family or from the community. And then type of varieties of use are there. Depending upon the use, actually the design or the capacity will vary. So if we use only for cooking, and then we may not need 4 meter cube digester. We don't need that amount of that high amount of biogas. No. So if there is only cooking, then cooking and home lighting. If we want to use it for production of light also, for production of electricity also, for lighting, then maybe we need more than the first case. Then if we need for home lighting, if we need only for power generation or other purposes also, we may use it, that water heating or cooking of rice, or we can use it for brooding of chicken also. So depending upon the use, the capacity will vary. So it is an estimation the biogas required for a small family, that for cooking requires 0.24 meter cube per person per day. So, and for lighting, 0.13 megawatt per hour, and for if we want to run engine, it will require 0.5 meter cube per HP per hour. Now, depending upon the number of family, number of person of a family, or the number of person in a community, we can calculate or how much amount of biogas we need, and accordingly we can decide what capacity, like what type of biogas digester with what capacity we need to install. Okay. So this calculation is very important whenever you are going to install biogas digester. So it is said that a small family of 3 to 4 persons will be requiring about 0.96 meter cube of biogas, provided it is used only for cooking. Okay, that means in this case, if 1 meter cube digester is installed, then for a family of 3 to 4 persons will be sufficient, more than sufficient. And if power production is needed, then 25 meter cube will give 21 kilowatt hour. So according to this need, how much power you need, accordingly the size of the digester can be changed. And construction materials required will be brick, cements, and chips will be required. And so you have to make a spot market survey also for materials. List of material is given for construction of Dinabundu biogas plant. So here this is the inlet for a Dinabundu biogas plant, and after construction it will look like this, because this is constructed below the ground. This is the outlet. And KVAC, this is the list of material required for KVAC biogas plant. In KVAC biogas plant, the gas holder is like it is flexible. Like when gas production will be there, it will like this gas holder will keep moving upward like this. Like it will, its volume will increase. Like this lid will be uplifted like this. But in case of Dinabandhu, this is fixed because this is cemented. This is fixed dome type, and this is flexible dome type. And normally it is made of mild steel. Now, alternative construction materials can be the biogas digester can be made of ferrocement. It can also be made of reinforced plastic, which are popularly called FRP. Then with weldings also you can prepare, you can make biogas digester. And synthetic balloons are there, which can be temporarily used as biogas digester. Then some issues which are related to materials are that we should consider the availability of material, the cost, and transportation, so that the output is not very output whatever will biogas, it shouldn't have like very high cost. Then final design is based on the user's requirement. User and what is the purpose. We have already discussed how many members of the family or the community and what purpose, like whether it is only for cooking or cooking and lighting or for power production, like this. So depending on the purpose and the number of user, the final design depends. Then availability of feed material like cow dung or biomass, okay, that should be abundantly available. Then construction material should also be, we cannot bring material from a very long distance, increase the transportation cost, work very well. And location is important, and standard design should be used. So important thing is that while during the construction, a few points should be considered, should be checked, that the inlet and valve should be like checked. The inlet outlet should not be of same level. Okay, so different 6 to 8 inches, and to the dome without inspection inside for final finish. Inlet, outlet gap, seepage of water, etc. Of course, because once you cover the top of the dome, you will not be able to give the final touch to it or to check whether everything inside is correct or not. So definitely before completing or before finishing the should not be very high above the ground. It should be like this. And this should be covered, the outlet should be covered, and it should be, if possible, near to the cow shed. And from the top, if we see it, looks like this. Like problems, the gas which is produced, if you see that it is not burning properly, okay, because biogas is a highly flammable gas, and if you see that it is not burning properly, that means there is some problem. Problem means maybe the which is a major constituent of the biogas is not producing properly, or maybe some atmospheric air is entering into the, like, they are getting mixed with the biogas. So in that case, what should be done? That first, the gas which is not burning properly, so you release the valve, okay, and allow the gas to go out of the dome. Again, you see the production, how it is getting produced. Even if even after that also, if the gas is not burning properly, you should do it again and again, several times, okay. And moreover, the when feed metal is used, initially it takes 8 to 10 days time to produce the methane constituent is better after 8 to 10 days only. So before that, mostly there will be carbon dioxide in the biogas. That is why we should for a few days after first loading, and then once it starts producing good biogas, if somehow sometime you find that it is not burning properly, then you should release the gas several times and then should try it. And even after that, if it is not working, you should contact the people which are involved in like this kind of problems. Okay. Thank you. If anybody has any question, I can take. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any question from the participants?
Thank you. Difference between CNG and biogas. Okay, CNG is compressed natural gas. Biogas can also be converted to CNG. How? Biogas contains mostly methane. As I have already said, 58 to 60% methane is there, and around 35% carbon dioxide is there. Now, that is the term purification I used, I think. So in purification method, what we do, we try to remove the carbon dioxide portion from the biogas. Then what happens? The biogas become enriched in methane. So that normally natural gas, main constituent of natural gas is nothing but methane, isn't it? So if we can somehow, there are various methods are there. If possible, some other time I may discuss about purification, where carbon dioxide will be removed from the biogas and it will enrich in methane. And that methane, when compressed, can be converted to CNG, the same thing. Or somebody said to make it full screen. I didn't say the comment that time. I already have finished. Sorry. Any other question or any doubt? Or from Madhusudev, you can share my email ID and phone number also. Somebody has any question later on also, they can contact me. I'll try to answer them or try to provide whatever materials I have. If they are interested, I can help.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you.
Ma'am, one question came from
Can I leave now? Yeah.
One question came, how we will separate CO2 for biogas?
Okay. That is called okay, there are various methods are there. The most popular one is water scrubbing, where water is used. Then there is chemical scrubbing, where sodium hydroxide, calcium oxide, then sodium hydroxide are used. And there are membrane separation methods. There are cryogenic methods. There are some other chemical methods. So in what I'll just in brief, I'll say in 2-3 minutes. So in water scrubbing, what happens? The biogas are like compressed and are allowed to pass through water. Water is sprinkled over the compressed biogas. So in that case, what happens? That water comes in contact with the biogas and carbon dioxide reacts with water and goes out, and the methane is taken out from the chamber separately to an outlet. And in chemical scrubbing, this sodium hydroxide, potassium, sodium hydroxide, calcium oxide, they are mixed with water and are sprayed, sprinkled over biogas. And the carbon dioxide portion, after reacting with the chemicals, takes another form, and methane goes out like this. And there is one called membrane separation. Membrane separation is those membranes are very costly. That is why it is not very popular. So biogas is allowed to pass through those permeable membranes. So those membranes can prohibit the movement of the carbon dioxide, but they allow methane to pass through it. So does methane gets separated. And I used one method during PhD, that is I used soda lime. Soda lime is also a chemical. It is, you can say, it is a part of chemical scrubbing. So here I used the dry soda lime. Normally in chemical scrubbing, it is mixed with water, where like sedimentation is a problem. But what I did, I used dry soda lime. I designed canister where soda lime was filled. Okay, and then biogas was allowed to pass through it at different flow rate. Okay, and while passing through the canister filled with soda lime, the gas which is coming out through the outlet, it is observed that the carbon dioxide was trapped in the soda lime, and only methane came out of it. And that I could understand by what I did. I collected the purified biogas and I checked the constituent in gas chromatography analyzer. And in GC or gas chromatography, we can check what is the percentage of component. That is, component means methane and carbon dioxide in the biogas. So I observed that at the outlet, the methane percentage was much higher. Almost 97, more than 97%, methane was obtained after purification. But the thing is that when I used the same soda light over and over, eventually the holding capacity of the soda lime reduced. So this work can further be if somebody wants, then they can further work on soda lime. Whether we can somehow use the same soda lime after say reviving or after purifying the soda lime itself. So that kind of work, if somebody is interested, can take up it again, because I left it there only. That was one of the disadvantages, that I couldn't use the used soda lime. In my report, I had to say that I discarded the soda lime after for use. But instead of discarding, if somehow somebody can design some device in which the soda lime can be revived, then that will be a good work. If somebody is interested, I can provide some more information on it. I hope I could answer some doubt of
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if no question is there, can I leave there, Dr.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
So we will meet at 2:30 with the last session. So a very good afternoon to all the participants. Our speaker sir has already joined. So let us welcome Dr. Srimanto Ray. He is the HOD Chemical Engineering Department, NIT Agartala. So sir, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So we will speak the topic that has already been shared. Sir, it's over to you. You can start.
Good afternoon, Dr. Madhujit Dev, and thank you and all other organizers of this program of this bioenergy and biomass and bioenergy program. And good afternoon to all participants and one and all present in this webinar. It's a great pleasure to be presenting over here. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to give a talk. So with that short note, I'll move on with my presentation. Is the slide visible to all? Is the
Yes,
slide?
yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, so let us start the presentation. So the topic of my presentation is bioenergy and energy solution for sustainable future. And Madhujit sir has already introduced. I am the assistant professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Dr. Srimanto Roy. So let's move on to understand what are we talking about. So if we start with the global issues, what is the one of the present and pressing global issue? One of the present and pressing global issue is the population explosion. If we see, we are moving from 7 billion to around 10 billion by 2050. That's the projection. And if we look at the demand of the energy for this huge population, so we can see that we are growing by 50%. On the same note, our demand for energy is getting increased by 60 to 160%. So you can well understand that there is a great imbalance between the supply and the demand. The demand is much higher than what we are presently sustaining. So there is a great amount of imbalance. Now, why are this imbalance coming into the picture? Because of increased urbanization, increased industrialization, our large-scale anthropogenic activities, our change in the lifestyle, and that all brings us to the very basic part of fossil fuel dependence. We are all getting dependent on the fossil fuel. And that has become a part of our present growth. And it has been thought of that the growth of a country is a measure of how much energy are we producing. And this energy production is primarily on this fossil fuel. So this has resulted to many other insecurities in our societies: food insecurity, water insecurity, climate change, perturbation of ecosystem, change in our societal values, and on top of that, the energy insecurity. We are fighting wars to have energy security, to get control over the energy source that we can talk about. So these are our pressing issues. Now, on top of that, the climate change is another very pressing issue. When, on the other hand, we are getting dependent for our development on the energy source on the fossil fuels, that is having a negative impact or having some impact on our climate. And resultant of this changing lifestyle, changing pattern is we are having a greater ecological footprint. Now, what is an ecological footprint? An ecological footprint is the amount of the earth that one person needs to sustain or survive. The amount of earth that is needed to absorb all the waste that he is generate, the amount of the earth that is needed to supply enough amount of oxygen and absorb all the CO2 that he is producing from all his lifestyle, amount of earth that is needed to supply with him with the food and water that he needs. So everything. So amount of earth that can sustain one particular person, that is a person's ecological footprint. Now, if we look at the ecological footprint, the highest contribution of ecological footprints come with regard to our food, to supply us with our food or maintain our food security. The next biggest contribution with the ecological footprint is the transportation sector. Huge amount of footprint is coming due to the transportation. That is a person's ecological footprint. That means, now if we look at the ecological footprint, the highest transportation is grossly fossil fuel with regard to our food. We are talking about the fossil fuel dependence, supply us with our food or transportation, our food security, producing a lot of emissions. Biggest contribution with ecological footprint is the transportation sector. Our present ecological huge amount of land, huge amount of footprint is coming due to the transportation. That is a person's ecological footprint. That means, now if we look at the ecological footprint, the highest transportation, if we look at the how the people in the world is about how much amount of the we are talking, the ecosystem of one earth they will need to sustain. Very unique concept that's coming out, that how much amount of earth is needed for one particular person to sustain. If a person lives like a lifestyle of an Australian, he will need 5.4 earth to sustain. If someone lives a lifestyle of a person in America, he needs 4.8 earth to sustain. On the other hand, if the lifestyle of an average Indian is being adopted by the entire world, will be enough. 1 earth will be enough for us. And the global average, we are already over 1 earth. 1 earth is not enough for us to sustain. We need 1.6 earth to sustain. This is a per capita statistics. Now, if we multiply that, or if we consider or put our population into perspective, then India is not doing that good. The scenario changes because our population is huge. And as a result, India at present need 2.6 earth to sustain the present population. And our population is on growing, so we need more earth. But unfortunately, we have 1 earth to sustain. So now there is a need, there is a pressing need that we need to think otherwise. What do we need to grow? We are running on a deficit in terms of the earth. We need to think about a reduction on our ecological footprint. We need to think about alternative routes. How can we be more sustainable for the future? So that's where we are talking into. And what do we mean by sustainability? I'll come to that discussion. But why is this happening? Because of our lifestyle, because of our developmental ecosystem, conventional developmental ecosystem, where we are utilizing non-renewable resources, we are releasing pollutants, we are throwing away the waste, we are producing the products are being used up and is being discarded. This is the conventional developmental ecosystem. The resources are being consumed, products are produced, and products are discarded. And this has led to the present condition where we are running on a deficit in terms of our ecological footprint. Now, what is this we are talking about in terms of the sustainable future? That's where we will come together. Now, why are we talking and when putting focus on the energy status? Now, if we think our fossil fuel dependence, the crude oil production has rose to 80 million barrels per day. The US consumption has grown 10-folds in 1 decade. The population has increased in 25 years, will increase by 30%, but our energy consumption is going to increase significantly. Our coal reserves is expected by another by 2012 that probably is going to be nearly exhaustive. Fossil fuel may be much earlier than that. The world oil production was in 2007 was 36 million barrel per day. It rose to 46 million barrel per day in 2015, and by 2030 it is expected to be 61 million barrel per day. So that way we are extracting more oil. Our reserves going down, and we are extracting more resources to sustain our present need. What is Indian perspective? We have a huge growth in terms of population. Obviously, we have a huge energy demand. And if we look at the energy consumption, we have 284 million tons of oil equivalent of energy consumption in 2001, and that rose to 1727 million tons of oil equivalent in 2031. And out of that, 80% of the oil we have import dependency, and similarly by then we will be around 70% probably can rise up to 75% of our coal dependency. Now, who are the major energy consumers over here? If we look, the major energy consumers are our industry. Industry are the major consumer. The next one is transportation sector. So if industry and transportation are added together, 65% of the energy consumptions are explained. So 2/3 of the energy consumption is only from these two sectors. So if we now think about alternative in these sectors, we can really do wonders. So what is the energy supply sources over here? And again, the scenario is not that great. The reserves which is depleting, we are depending on those reserves. 65% or 2/3 of our energy is coming from these two sectors, coal and oil. Other sectors are insignificant compared to them. 2/3 is dependent on these two sectors, and that is a major amount of problem. And what's the problem? The problem is the conversion. 80% of our net emission or combustion is coming from these sectors. And what are those emissions? Those emissions are the greenhouse gases, which contribute to the global warming and the climate change. That's why today we are discussing in this particular program on this bioenergy and this sustainability and all these things. Why are we doing? Because this is the problem. This is how we are linked. We need to grow. Our development needs to come. But that development, if that development comes with regard to our depleted natural resource, with regard to our degradation of the environment and the ecosystem, then the development is not going to sustain for long. So that's what we are talking over here. I understand we all know what is the greenhouse effect is. Greenhouse effect is not bad. It's because of the greenhouse effect we are there in the earth. The earth is warm because of the greenhouse effect. It's only problem when there is an incremental or accelerated greenhouse effect. Then it is known as global warming, and it is thought that maybe 0.5 to 0.8 degree rise in the temperature is already seen over 1 decade in this earth, and that is the global warming. That is the greenhouse effect that we are talking about. And if we look, the contributors of this greenhouse effect are all the fossil fuels. The greenhouse effects, the net global warming potential thought of manageable was 86, and we are way beyond. So this is the present scenario. So we are much higher with regard to the conventional fuel with the net CO2 emission. That's why we have to sit together with regard to the Kyoto Protocol. We have to sign the Kyoto Protocol, where we have to talk about how can we minimize the net CO2 release into the environment. Each country have to take prior steps so that the CO2 emission is cut down, the carbon emission is cut down. So that's what is the major focus in this present century. So what is our energy scenario? Our worldwide consumption is rising, so is in India. We are having a growth in the transportation sector, 64.15% increase in the on-road vehicle. More than 70% of the diesel consumption has increased. There is still a price surge. There is a price instability with regard to the diesel, and we will know of now. Every day is there in the news, the diesel price is increasing, petrol price is increasing, and these are all linked to very pressing environmental issues. So we need a sustainable solution. That's what we are discussing. That's what we need to think about alternative. If we don't think now, then these sayings will soon become true. That my father rode a camel, I drive a car, my son might fly a jet plane, but his son is definitely going to ride a camel. If we don't think otherwise, if we don't think alternatively. So that's where is the major context that we are talking about. So what alternative do we need to think about? We need to think about alternative ecosystem, where we will be talking about waste management, where we will be talking about renewable resource utilization, where we will be talking about net energy efficiency, and we will be talking about minimum environmental impact. That's the sustainable development. So what do we mean by sustainable development? A development that will take care of our present need without affecting our future. That's the sustainable development that we are looking into. And that's where we have to work towards better waste management, towards more resource utilization. So what are those approaches that we are talking about? This is all around the approach. We have to talk about carbon sequestration, that means minimum carbon emission. We have to talk about provisions for fuels. We have to talk about climate regulation. We have to talk about every aspects of our lifestyle such that we can achieve sustainability, out of which today we are focusing only on the energy sector and this global impact because of this energy sector. That's what we are talking about. So what is the 21st century's energy data? The net energy consumption, the data is little old, 2008 data. As per 2008 data, our net energy consumption was 474 10 to the power 12 million joule. So that's where we were. The fossil fuel reserve that we have is significant. We don't have problem for another several years. We have enough fossil fuel, so it can sustain for several more years still. But the price instability, environmental concern, that's not going to sustain. That's going to be in a very bad note over the years. Now nuclear fuel has already taken up lot of grounds in today's concept. But the thing is that if we are more dependent on the nuclear fuel, what do we have to do? The countries are now running to hide. Where should I hide my nuclear waste once it is being spent? The nuclear is being used up, the spent fuel is being produced. What should I do with those spent waste? Some countries are going deep into the sea to dump them, bury them deep under the sea. Some are exporting that to other countries. Some are hiding them on one corner of the earth. That's what is happening. On the other hand, we have a plentiful reserve in front of us, and that's the solar influx, the solar radiation. The solar radiation itself has 3.8 into the power 18 million joule available energy, which is sufficient for with regard to our world consumption. But there is a big catch. And what is that catch? The solar radiation has instabilities, huge instabilities. It varies from month to month, it varies within the day, and it doesn't match our energy demand curve. What is that energy demand curve? Energy demand curve is our most energy demand comes during the evening hours, whereas that evening hours solar radiation is not available. So we need to think about alternative infrastructure to think about this form of energy, how to integrate this form of energy. And that integration needs that we need to now think about alternative energy sources which we have to store. We have to have a battery bank so that we can utilize the solar energy, and due to these instabilities we need an alternative power source to make the power reliable. That's the major thing, that we need alternative sources. The alternative source can be renewable, non-renewable also. Yes, even if alternative source become non-renewable, still we'll be doing better in terms of our ecological footprint. Now that will be further improved, our ecological footprint will be further improved if we can think about additional renewable sources being integrated into the solar power. Then we have a better prospect. Now, how can we do it? It's a very tedious job. We have to rationally think, program, think about that how to integrate. It's a very rigorous task of planning and management such that there is power reliability. At the same time, we are not compromising with regard to our cost. That's a very important part. The power reliability is the primary one. We have to integrate the sources such that whenever we have a peak demand, we also have a maximum power available with us. So this is the power management strategy. So we have to define a very well-defined, rigorous power management strategy. And then we need to think of proper sizing such that we can produce the energy at an affordable cost. For example, in M.E.D Agartala, we are paying around 8.5 to 9 rupees per unit, per electricity unit. Now, if tomorrow that unit becomes 30 rupees, I will not be a happy person. Similarly, if we want to integrate bioenergy, if we want to integrate other renewable sources into our energy system, and by the way, my energy prices go high up, I will not be, nobody will be a happy person. So that is a major problem that we have to now think about, ensuring proper power reliability. At the same time, we have to maintain an affordable cost of energy. So that's where we need to work more so that this integration is much feasible. Bioenergy can be a very important aspect with regard to that. We have alternative sources. We have wind energy, we have hydro energy, we have geothermal energy, we have tidal energy. All those energies are there. Bioenergy is also very significant over here. Bioenergy can be directly combusted to produce energy. They can be indirectly converted into other chemical forms and to utilize. So bioenergy can be one of the potential factor in this alternative energy options. Now, the significant part over here to note is that if we look with regard to our energy balance, significant of energy is coming from the earth, and most part of the energy is radiated back, reflected back, is being transferred. But 0.1% of that energy is actually trapped within the biosphere. That's the significant amount of energy we are talking about. 0.1% of this huge energy is actually trapped within the biosphere. That's much, much higher than amount of energy that humans are converting. So that's where we need to think about, and that's where this bioenergy comes into the perspective. So bioenergy comes with regard to the carbon pool. Carbon means it's the source, is the energy. All the fuels are talked with regard to the carbon. Carbon means emission, carbon means energy. So if we think about the carbon, the net carbon reserve that is there in our lithosphere is mostly this fossil fuel and all others. So we have a huge amount of carbonate rock, fossil fuels, all there is in the lithosphere. Lithosphere means our soil, the earth, the ground, the land. Significantly, we also have a huge amount of carbon that is there in our ocean, in our hydrosphere or in the ocean. How? Because 2/3 of our earth is ocean. So all those ocean absorb carbon dioxide, and that carbon dioxide remains in the water. Next is not atmosphere. Next is the biosphere. So as I was telling, that significant of energy is trapped in the biosphere. That's why in the biosphere we have significant amount of carbon reserve. So third largest carbon reserve that we have is the biosphere. So that's the most important resource that we have, and that we need to talk about. And this biosphere, as we all know, this biosphere can be considered to be a carbon neutral. There is a carbon influx. If we can properly utilize the net amount of emission that is being produced from the biosphere is equal to net amount of CO2 that is being consumed in the biosphere. How come that carbon neutral that I am talking about? This carbon neutral is again from our basic things. We all know that biosphere, that means biomass, it in presence of sunlight, that is being that 1% we are talking about, in presence of sunlight, convert the carbon dioxide into some other forms which can be utilized. When they dead and decay, they either go deep inside dirt to form fossil fuel over years through metamorphosis and geological pressures and all those, or they are being burnt or combusted, or they are being utilized for energy generation, which gives back the CO2, which again gets converted. So that's why there is a net carbon exchange is zero. That means whatever carbon is being emitted, the same carbon is being transferred back into the biosphere. That's why these are known as carbon neutral. If we can work towards a better biospheric reserve, potential can be exploited, then we can even offset the amount of emission. Our ecological footprint can actually be reduced. So that's what the context with regard to the biomass energy comes into. The biomass energy is also good because it's less polluting, as we know, of the fossil fuel. It does not have a detrimental environmental impact like acid rain. It can be found locally. They are all renewable in nature, but there are a lot of buts. Buts is they contain a lot of ash. So net amount of energy efficiency of this biomass is not always that good. And secondly, they have a very light bulk density. As a result, their transportation and management is often a huge problem. So those are some of the limitations that are linked with regard to the biomass and the biomass-based energy sources. Now, which type of biomass are we talking about? There are several types of biomass that we talk about. Now, over here, I will put focus more on the biomass that is often neglected, often not thought of. If we think about amount of agro residues that is produced, think about a place, any place in India is fine. India has a very high bioreserve. So definitely India is a very good prospect with regard to the bioenergy. And the Northeast region is particularly in the context over here. And if we look about in this northeast region, we have a huge amount of this woody and hardwood and softwood reserve. So huge amount of wood residues are produced, which are often wasted. We have throughout India. India is in the temperate zone, so tropical zone. So we have a huge amount of crop production throughout India, and huge amount of crops and straws or agricultural waste are being produced. We have a huge amount of unwanted biomass being produced, like grass, trimmings, etc., etc. Huge amount of unwanted biomass being produced. So those are also there. And we already know that this crop residues has already created a huge star in India. How come? Because this is the news. I have taken a clipping from 2019 Hindustan Times. And we all know of the entire Delhi, Punjab, those regions are covered with smog. With smog during the winter times, their visibility goes down. They face huge amount of detrimental environmental effect. We are being rated among the worst AQI, air quality index across the world, and it has been told Delhi has one of the poorest air quality index in the top 10, in the lower order top 10 list across the world. The lowest amount of AQI is there in India. And Delhi comes in the top of those lists. So why are this happening? We all know the stubble burning. Stubble burning is burning of those agro residues in the field, has already been in a lot of discussion. And even this farmer protest and all those are also linked with the stubble burning. They are talking about that their incentives should be there such that the agro residues can be managed. So,
hello, sir.
Hello. Yes.
Sir, actually, pardon me, sir. Actually, your slide is not changing. Achha. Now it is changing. Yes, it is not. Now it is changing.
Okay, I was changing. Maybe some issues might be there with the internet, maybe on both sides. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So stubble burning is a huge issue. So I started to think about, can we now think rationally with regard to this particular part, and what is with regard to Tripura. So I was trying to do an economics and the potential study on the Tripura and see all the different biomass types that we have in Tripura, the hardwood, softwood, the agro residues, and others like those clippings and yard waste and etc., etc. So what is the net amount of energy potential of all this waste? And we have found that millions of tons of energy potential in terms of energy content is available in those resources. And even these agro residues which are being wasted and burnt and which creates this environmental trouble due to the stubble burning itself has a huge amount of money associated with it, which can be exploited. And their exploitation can be good in terms of the bioenergy potential tapping. So how they can be converted? There are several routes of conversion of those biomass to waste. We can convert them to the biochemical route into biofuel. We can convert them to the thermochemical route into energy by thermochemical route. We can convert them into other types of biofuels as well. So there are different ways or management routes by which this biomass can be converted into energies. This biomass conversion to energy is considered to be environmentally, ecologically carbon neutral, because whatever is being produced, they will on their combustion they will produce CO2. That CO2 will be trapped by the biosphere in presence of the sunlight, which will again be converted into the biofuels. So fuels from biomass can be considered as an effective, can be considered sustainable. We can think about that in that direction. So what are the different biofuels? So there are different types of biofuels. There can be liquid biofuels, there can be solid biofuels, there can be gaseous biofuels. Solid biofuels, as I have talked about, direct combustion of the solid biofuels. They can be thermochemically or they can be biochemically converted into various energy forms. Now here the biofuels can also be liquid biofuel and the gaseous biofuel. Of the liquid biofuel, one that has taken a lot of attention over past several years are the biodiesel. we all know of, that biodiesel has taken into picture. Even it come into our ministry has given guideline that certain amount of biodiesels need to be mixed with the fuel. So far 100% biodiesel is only on the lab scale. It has not been come into the actual practice, but as I has a high amount of biofuel is utilized into the in other options like the blend fuel into the system. So biofuels or biodiesels are a very important source. Now, what are biodiesels? Biodiesels are basically produced from vegetable oil, animal fat through the chemical process. So this is a chemical route by which the biomass, energy from the biomass or the vegetable oil from the biomass is being transferred, is being transformed into biodiesel, which are nothing but monoalkyl esters. So biodiesel, what is the advantage of biodiesel? They can be used directly in the transportation sector without any prior modifications of the present diesel engine. So that's the basic part with regard to the biodiesel. What's the chemistry of the biodiesel? Normally all oil and fats are triglycerides. They have glycerol plus 3 fatty acids. In this transesterification route, those glycerol component or glycerin part is being replaced by some simple alcohols like methanol and ethanol in presence of a catalyst. So that's basically is the chemistry of the biodiesel, by which biodiesel can be transferred or can be transformed, or vegetable oil can be transformed into biodiesel. Now, as we talked about vegetable oil, we can be converted into biodiesel. So where can we source the vegetable oil? So one part over here is the alcohol. Alcohols can also be sourced from the biomass. As I said, the biomass can be biochemically converted into bioalcohols. So bioalcohols can have huge prospect. On the other hand, all the vegetable oils can be converted into methanol or ethanol esters into biodiesels plus glycerin. Now the conflict comes with regard to this vegetable oil. What's the conflict? If a vegetable oil source, what should be my vegetable oil source? Will it be an edible oil source? If it's an edible oil source, then why should I, what is my extra incentive for using a vegetable oil instead of eating, instead of our food security into our energy security? Why should I divert my reserve from food security to energy security? So what is the impetus? What is the incentive? So that is a huge question that will be answered. But more or less, most type of edible and non-edible vegetable oil are being transformed into biodiesel, and those are being utilized. So we have the plant source, mostly plant source. Animal source are also being utilized into production of biodiesel. But the vegan people will come into the picture. We have to move from animal source into the plant source because they are more renewable. We can think about the plant source. Now the plant source, again, the question comes that whether it is an edible one, then the food versus fuel dispute will come into the picture. On this concept, we have a third generation biomass, that is algae, which is growing in plentiful in our hydrospheric reserves, and that can be tapped into to produce this algae. This algae is produce the oils, and that oil can be transformed into biodiesel. That's a very good and potential for this biodiesel. Alternatively, we have, if we think in a sustainable approach, what is the sustainable approach we are talking about? Can we think about some waste conversion in this one? Then our sustainability will improve. Instead of reduce, reuse, and recycle, can we rethink? Can we restore? Can we replace our present concept beyond our regular sources of the vegetable oil? Can we think about an alternative? So here comes the waste oil. There are various types of waste oil being produced, which are produced as waste from food industries, from various other industries, and which are often being discarded as the yellow grease. Around 50,000 tons per year of this type of oil are only produced from the South Asian countries. So these oils has got huge potential. If those oil can be converted into biodiesel, they has got huge potential. It is not a new research. Several people have converted and have shown that yes, waste oil can be converted into biodiesel, and they can be converted into biodiesel. And as I said, so far, theoretically, 100% biodiesel is only theoretical. In the lab scale, it has not been practiced that much. Mostly it is in terms of the blending. Now, how much can we blend? That's a big question. So if we think about the extent of blending, ASI has 50% blending we have achieved in the lab scale. Even in the actual running also we have achieved 50% blending. So if we think about 50% blending in the diesel with this kind of waste, which is an environmental concern. Disposal of this waste is an environmental concern. There's the huge impact with regard to the environment. Their disposal are an issue. They itself increase our ecological footprint. Now, alternatively, if we utilize that as a fuel, then our ecological footprint can balance out, can be offset. Then our ecological footprint is minimized because we are not throwing that into the environment. Secondly, our ecological footprint is improved because we are replacing 50% of our fossil fuel dependence. So that's what we are talking about. Utilize this as an alternative fraction into the fuel, mix it with the fossil fuel, and then use this the blend. Now, question is how sustainable is that? How feasible is that? So that's what we need to work on. We need to think about that. How sustainable is that? Is it really sustainable? Can we really work on in this direction? And can look for alternative, see this as an alternative fuel fraction. So let's go forward. We have taken this fuel, we have taken a 50-50 blend of this waste oil based biodiesel and mixed it with diesel and try to compare them with diesel. Now, first thing that comes with regard to the fuel consumption, we have checked a variety of load conditions and we have found that under all load conditions, the fuel consumption of this fuel, that is which contains 50% of this waste oil, is at par with diesel. Similarly, the thermal efficiency of this fuel is also at par with diesel. It is been in fact it is little improvement with regard to the diesel. Why? Because these waste oils are of bio origin. So whenever they are of bio origin, they are oxygen rich. So oxygen rich often improve the thermal efficiency due to the better combustion. So accordingly, their thermal efficiency often goes better. Now, how about their other efficiencies? Their mechanical efficiency again is at par with diesel. All their mechanical efficiency under all load conditions of this blend, 50-50 blend, has been found to be very useful. Even the volumetric efficiency was also very encouraging. So far, all these has given us a very encouraging picture and has shown us that these fuel are very prospective fuel, which can give us a lot of values in terms of alternative fraction. Now, let's look at the emission. What is the picture of emission? And here we have a very nice picture. Because of the high oxygen content, the combustion or the emission from this fuel are much cleaner. We cut down the carbon monoxide emission by 50%. 50% of the carbon monoxide emission can be cut down if we simply mix this blend, mix this fuel with diesel and produce blend fuel, 50-50 blend fuel. So what about the hydrocarbon emission? The hydrocarbon emission is great. This is doing as good as diesel. There is no deterioration in the hydrocarbon emission. In terms of NOx emission, obviously there is a higher oxygen content, so combustion temperature goes high up. Accordingly, the nitrogen conversion into NOx is more feasible. Accordingly, there is a slight increase, but it's not that significant. It is nearly comparable with regard to the diesel, not significant increase with regard to the NOx emission. But we have achieved a very cleaner emission. Carbon monoxide is 50% reduced. So that's a very encouraging picture with regard to the emission. What about the combustion? You can hardly distinguish. That's the beauty of this type of fuel, that if we can blend properly, there is hardly any distinction in terms of cylinder pressure and in terms of the net heat release rate. They are completely overlapping and matching with one another. So we got a very encouraging picture with regard to the emission, with regard to the consumption, with regard to the thermal efficiency, and with regard to the net heat release rate and cylinder pressure in terms of the combustion. Now, how about the economics? Again, there is a very good picture over here. These statistics are not drawn today. So this, whatever we are showing today, it is little bit older data in terms of that. But that data will actually improve, because the diesel price, whenever we considered over here, at that time the diesel price was roughly hovering around 65 rupees to 70 rupees. Now it is around 90 rupees or 99, more than 90 rupees. So that's where the diesel price. So actually the running cost will be also more. Our fossil fuel dependence is more, the price instability is better off we will be doing in terms of the engine running cost, because this fuel will be much lower in terms of their cost, because the biomass based fuel, because these are invaluable sources, these are not valuable sources, these are actually wasted, their disposal in the environment is expensive. So if you can chemically convert them into alternative forms like biodiesel and then mix it with the fuel, reduce the fuel diesel consumption by half, then obviously we can make significant improvement in terms of the engine running cost. The engine running cost can be reduced by 40 to 45% in these cases, and that's what we have reached both under the high load condition and under low load condition. There's a significant reduction in the engine running cost with regard to the fuel. Now we are not happy till yet. We have to figure out what is the environmental impact. And with regard to the environmental impact, we have assessed it against diesel or several different environmental indicators. We call them environmental indicators. For example, what is the net global warming potential, GWP? We have assessed the net global warming potential. What is the acidification potential? What's the chance of this acidification potential and all those? What is the chance of eutrophication potential? What is the terms of the resource depletion potential? What is the terms of the toxicity potential? We have assessed in all corners. And in all corners, we have seen a very beautiful picture. In all corners, the environmental impact is significantly reduced. Even the greenhouse potential, the greenhouse global warming potential or the greenhouse potential is actually reduced by minimizing replacing this diesel with this alternative waste-based oil. We can actually improve the global warming potential. So that's what we can reap the benefit of those carbon neutral feature of the bioenergy. And that's the way we can move towards a sustainability. So we are moving towards a sustainable future. So we are talking about the fuel by reducing where we can reduce the diesel consumption by half. By the way, we can make the fuels more economical. We can make the fuel more sustainable, less environmental impact. We can achieve a comparable efficiency and consumption. That way, we can have a lower ecological footprint. We can meet the need of the future. We can meet the energy need of the future, but without having higher impact on the environment. So that's sustainability. So we are moving towards a sustainable solution if we go in this direction. Sorry. So alternatively, there is an alternative route over there as well. So alternative route, now let's focus on the gaseous fuel. So what about the gaseous fuel?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Your slides are not moving. It is on slide number 34.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's okay.
So,
okay.
So I think when I'm putting on full toe, that's where it's getting struck. So let me go back again, and that with slide 34, right? So it's part of. So here, so 41. So 34 is way back. Okay, so here we are talking about the biomass. So here we are talking about the biomass. Then we talked about the various biomass-based energy formation. Then because biomass can be converted to bioenergy, can be converted to by the thermochemical route into the energy or the other kinds of biofuel. Then we were discussing about that biomass based fuel, that biomass can be converted directly into carbon dioxide, that can be converted into biofuel. If we burn those biofuel, they can produce CO2, and that CO2 again being transformed into the biosphere using the solar radiation. As we have shown, about 0.1% of the solar radiation can be trapped. By that, it can again be converted into the biomass, and that biomass can be converted into the biofuel. So that's what we are talking about, the fuels from the biomass. Now, what are the different types? There can be solid fuel. Solid fuels can be directly combusted. There can be liquid fuel. There can be gaseous fuel. And the liquid fuel that I was talking about was the biodiesel. Now, then I talked about what basically biodiesels are. The biodiesels are monoalkyl esters, and they are basically formation of glycerol or glycerin with 3 fatty acids through transesterification route. And then we started talking about that glycerol, the triglycerides or the vegetable oil, or the vegetable oil based vegetable oils, the triglycerides, they react with alcohol to produce the biodiesels. But the vegetable oil, what will be the source of the vegetable oil? If the vegetable oils are coming from the edible oil sources or the plant sources, then for example, we'll know of the soybean oil, we know of sunflower oil, canola oil. So many oils are being transformed into biodiesel. I think the Rudolf Diesel, who was the first person to utilize the plant oil in a diesel engine, he also converted soybean oil into biodiesel and for utilization. He actually didn't convert to biodiesel; he utilized it directly. So, but that needs engine modification. It cannot be utilized directly. But then vegetable oil is being converted into biodiesel, and biodiesel is being utilized. Now, this vegetable oil, if I am using this edible oil, then the question comes that these are edible oil. Those are a part of our food. So, whether we should divert to food, whether should use it for food or we should use for fuel. Food security versus energy security comes in the question. If you talk about things like karanja and the jatropa and those kind of fuel on edible oil, then the question comes: the agricultural lands. How come agricultural land being devoted into production of non-edible oils, which can serve our energy security, but our food security is in question? So there is a huge conflict between the food security versus energy security. So that's where brings about with regard to the sources of the feedstock of the biodiesel. So animal sources are not that greatly encouraged. Mostly the plant sources are encouraged, but the plant sources have this food to fuel. In this particular context, the second generation biomass or the algal biomass are the one which has got big impetus. The algal biomass can be utilized. On the other hand, in a sustainability approach, if we can utilize the waste, there are different types of waste oil being produced, which are commonly referred to as yellow grease. 50,000 tons per year are being produced. They wins over food versus fuel dispute. So if those oil can be utilized by converting into biodiesel, which has already been proven, it can be utilized to convert it to biodiesel, and those biodiesel can be used in an alternative fraction with the fossil fuel, then fossil fuel consumption can be greatly minimized. And accordingly, we can achieve great amount of minimize the ecological impact. We can greatly do great in terms of our ecological footprint. So that's the concept. So with that concept, we move forward. We try to see if that is sustainable. So with that regard, we use the highest 50-50 blend we have used of this waste oil with diesel. So we reduce the diesel consumption by half, and we try to see what is in terms of the fuel consumption. And fuel consumption, we have seen that this fuel which has 50% of this waste biodiesel and this 50% diesel, and that compared with pure diesel, we have figured out that fuel consumption is actually doing great in terms of diesel. The thermal efficiency is also doing great in terms of diesel. We are actually doing good in terms of thermal efficiency, in terms little bit better than the diesel because of the higher oxygen content. The mechanical efficiency and the volumetric efficiency is very good with respect to diesel, actually at par with respect to diesel. But emission is the where we can get significant leverage. Great amount of CO reduction, not CO2 reduction, great amount of carbon monoxide reduction can be achieved. There is a slight reduction in the hydrocarbon emission can be achieved. NOx is nearly at par with respect to diesel, so we can do great in terms of the emission. So emission results can be great. In terms of the conversion, it is indistinguishable from diesel. The cylinder pressure and the net heat release rate is absolutely indistinguishable for diesel. Now, in terms of the economics, if we can replace the diesel with this kind of fuel, so since diesel is being minimized and this is a waste which disposal itself is expensive and having environmental impact, if we can utilize that, then we can see engine running cost can be reduced by 40 to 45% if we replace this fuel with diesel, because it's indistinguishable in terms of the combustion behavior, it is doing great in terms of the emission, it has a comparable consumption and a comparable thermal efficiency. So net engine running cost, the net engine running cost is significantly reduced because the cost of this fuel is much lower compared to diesel. So economically, we are doing great if we replace with this kind of fuel. Now, how about the environment? In the environment, the ecological footprint of this fuel is much better than diesel. So that's the ecological benefit we can get in terms of the acidification potential, eutrophication potential, the global warming potential. We can actually offset little bit of the carbon by using this kind of fuel. And the toxicity potential is also very less with regard to the fossil fuel. So we are talking towards a fuel which have a lesser environmental impact and definitely will have a lower ecological footprint. So it can be a bio-based fuels or bioenergies. Bio-based fuel for bioenergy can be an efficient way for sustainable future. The next one that we are putting our focus is on the hydrogen, is on the biohydrogen. Hydrogen is a known fuel. It's a very energy rich fuel that we know of. It has the highest energy content among the all fuel. So that hydrogen, can we produce this hydrogen by the biochemical route? Is it feasible? That's what we are talking about. Now let's go to the concept, the biochemical concept. The biochemical concept is any organic matter that decompose in the biochemical route and to produce methane. The methane is the biogas as we know of, and the biogas is the biochemical route by which biogas are produced from organic matter. Through composting, fermentation and all those, we produce this, not fermentation, composting basically, we produce the biogas. Now, how hydrogen will be produced? Now, in this process, if we analyze, the hydrogen are produced as intermediate in this process. The hydrogen are produced, that hydrogen quickly react with the carbon dioxide to give this methane as the product. Now, the concept but that hydrogen is an intermediate, so we cannot gather that hydrogen because that hydrogen quickly get converted in the biochemical route into the methane and we get methane. The methane has lower energy potential than hydrogen. If we can convert hydrogen instead of biomethane, if we can produce biohydrogen, the energy content of the fuel increases. So what is the alternative? So here we are talking about, instead of the routine thing where organic, like I have given sugar as an example, we feed it to a fermentation system and we produce methane. Sorry. Now, instead of that, if somehow we can stop this route for methane, we can stop this methane production route, then there will be hydrogen accumulation. If we can accumulate that hydrogen, then we can produce biohydrogen. So this is the concept. Excuse me. So by this route, we can produce lot of hydrogen. So inhibiting the hydrogen consumers who were consuming the hydrogen to produce methane. If we can stop those consumers, then we can theoretically 85% of the theoretical yield can be achieved by this route. So this is all the theories. Let's go in terms of the practice. Now here we can see, as we can modulate the system, as we can cut down the methane. So as the methane production goes down with the changing system, as you can see the methane production goes down, we can have a significant rise in the hydrogen production. So hydrogen production is on the rise. So theoretically what we are being thinking about, that if we can stop the hydrogen consumers or the methane formers, we can actually produce the biohydrogen. So we can have or we have effectively produced biohydrogen, which is a better fuel in terms of the energy content. So in terms of the bioenergy utilization, this biohydrogen is another one which has got significant ecological advantage in terms of the methane because higher energy content is there. So this is another bioenergy platform which can be explored, which has lot of scope for the future from the biomass conversion to bioenergy. So in terms of the bio-based economy and in the biomass to bioenergy, the biomass can be converted into several different routes. by the biotechnological route, by enzymatic or bacterial route, by the chemical process, by thermochemical process, by direct thermal process. They can be converted various types of biomass, agro waste, food waste, various types of lignocellulosic biomass, forest residues. They can all be converted into different routes, including solid waste. They can be converted into different routes. By using different routes, they can be converted into the biofuel and the bioenergy. Lot of clean fuels like this biodiesel, as we have talked about, biodiesel or direct electricity production by gasification, and all those can be achieved. Even some valuable product can also be produced, the polymeric products or pharmaceutical products that can also be produced in this bioenergy platform. So if we can move into this bio-based economy, where bio-based energy or from biomass to bioenergy can be focused on, then simultaneously they can be utilized to produce a lot of sustainable products as well as sustainable energies. So that's the importance of the bioenergy for the future. So the shift into the bioenergy and biofuel can be achieved with regard to the sustainable resource management, with minimum ecological footprint, and can give us a clean environment. And these all steps together can lead to a sustainable development and to the sustainable future. So with that, I rest my talk and I welcome any questions you have, and I thank you all for patiently bearing with me with my talk. Any questions from anyone?
So any question from the participant side? One question came. Actually,
yes. Why the biogas is not popular? What is the future of the biogas? Okay. So, why biogas is not popular? Biogas.
Yes.
So biogas can be used in the rural sector for running small vehicles, can be used up in the agriculture. Yes, biogas has a lot of potential in terms of only exploitation in terms of the biomass. Only thing it is being routinely practiced, but in terms of that awareness, as we are talking about in terms of the biogas production and maintaining of the culture and the biochemical route is often thought of complicated. Nowadays, more devices are coming with regard to the biogas. So where those makes the conversion into the biogas much easier. And second thing is the segregation of waste. So for production of the biogas, segregation of waste is very important. So far, we didn't have the concept. So you cannot have a garbage bin being kept and which can be directly dumped into a biogas production unit and you can produce biogas. No, you cannot do that. You need to have a segregated dry waste from the wet waste. And the dry waste should not have any non-biodegradable product into it. So that's a very important part. Now, often what happens, whenever we throw away the biomass or this wet waste we call, that wet waste often had a very complicated composition, which often becomes very limiting for this biochemical route for the microbes to actually degrade properly and can effectively produce the biogas. So it often gets impeded. And when it gets impeded, it's not often easy for the general public to actually improve the production and actually get the system back again into operation. So those are the complications with regard to the biogas. So otherwise, biogas is a very routine thing. And again, the lack of awareness, lack of infrastructure, lack of initiative in terms of the people, incentive as well is not there. Accordingly, the biogas has a lot of potential, but it has not gathered enough ground. This is only my individual views. There may be several other views as well. What about MSW application? Yes, as I said, MSW can be taken up in these biochemical or thermochemical routes. They can be converted directly into various forms of energies. They can be directly combusted. As I said, MSW is a very routine thing. Is a very routine thing. MSW, as I said, again, that comes with regard to the composition. MSW is a very mixed waste. Everything is there in the MSW. So it is not only the biomass until and unless we properly segregate it. It is not only the biomass, it contains everything. So utilization of MSW is definitely a challenge until and unless that MSW is not properly segregated. So the concept or awareness with regard to the segregation of MSW, biodegradable and non-biodegradable, is very important. Agro-residues, as I was telling about, agro-residues are burnt. What we do with the MSW, in most cases, MSW is being kept, it's often being burnt and incinerated. The energy is wasted. So nowadays, many plants are coming up where MSW is being converted, is being segregated, is composted to the biogas production. The rest of the MSW is actually being combusted in such a way that energy can be extracted. Then definitely this MSW has got good potential. Sir, did most researchers reported a hydraulic time of 30 days and above in biogas production? Are there possible ways to reduce the hydraulic retention time and also obtain more biogas? Yes, 30 days is, I don't think 30 days is what you are talking about in terms of HRT for the biogas production. There are many different reports where biogas can be enhanced, but as I said, there is a lot of complicacy with regard to the biogas production from the waste. This is the nature of the waste, the amount of inoculum, the type of reactor, the temperature condition, the accumulation of the waste of metabolism, how that is being converted. Many factors are there which strictly impede this biogas production in this bioreactor. So accordingly, there is a significant impact. Now, second, do you think that biofuel will replace the conventional fuel in Tripura? If we can put up a very constructed effort with regard to the biofuel, as I said, waste oil, if we put up a constructed effort with regard to the waste oil, then waste oil can work as good as any of this fuel. It can be transported from one oil. The blend of waste oil with diesel can be transported from one point to another. If we can transport diesel, it can be transported. Waste oil blend can also be transported. So there is not a problem at all. So in terms of the other, as I did a study in terms of the biomass that is being wasted in Tripura, if we can put up a constructed effort, significant amount of money and energy is actually being wasted in Tripura itself. So if we can put up a constructed effort, definitely biomass-based energy has good prospect in Northeast, where we have a very high biomass reserve.
Okay. So thank you, sir.
So I thank you all for being a part of the presentation and for allowing me to present. And it was a very nice question answer session. I try to give my views, but there may be a lot of alternative views as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving your precious time to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.